Hello and welcome to ETOS. We are playing Tattoo right now. We're currently in Game 3 between Lockdown and Wild Cards, which were formerly known as Curtain Call, consisting of Fluff, Siphon, and Donkers today instead of Geo, against Ivy, Snivy, Nero, and Lucas. Um, my co-caster Lukio can explain a bit about what's happened in the two games that you didn't see, so go ahead.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping it a bit late, but the last two games, from what we've heard, have been a bit of a stretch to say the least. They both went to game five, set 5.5, from what we heard. So it's kind of promised to be like an insane last game.
Yeah,
But
hopefully.
yeah, what could you tell us about the teams actually?
So, interesting. Honestly, I would have expected this series to be a bit less close than that 5.5. Both teams are really strong, but so far, Lockdown has kind of proven to be maybe the best team in Europe after winning the last Tattoo, winning not the previous bub, as they didn't play in it, but the bub before. So, each time they entered, they won. Very strong record. Today they have Donkers, who is a really strong player, but Gio maybe the midfielder they're more comfortable playing with, and he has been playing a bit less recently. I know he's been scrimming a bit with them, but a bit less practice than Gio, so could factor in as they're kind of figuring things out. We do have the draft right now. We're playing on Atlas Lab. The first game was on Night Market, and the second was on Clarion. Lockdown winning the first, Wildcards winning the second. Hot shot start and a demolitionist start. Really strong awakenings. And we see Atlas and Juno banned from Lockdown, who are on the blue side, and Wildcards, who are on the red side. So picks that make sense, I think. Banning the Atlas from Nero and then banning the Juno from Donkers just completely makes sense. Estelle first picked on Hotshot, no surprises there, right? We know that Donkers can play it, so I think could also play it if they wished. I think it's probably on Donkers. We've got Kai and Rasmus for the side of wild cards. Also makes sense, Lucas and Ivy, those are characters you'd expect to see them on. Although they do have the Kazan, so I'll correct myself. I think it's probably Ivy on the Kazan and Nero playing the Razas goalie, which is an interesting pick on Atlas Lab. So excited to see what he can do with that. And rounding out the lockdown comp, Zentar and Asha makes sense. Solid defensive goalie on Asha for Sloth, and then Zen just a really strong forward pick for Siphon. So let's see how they do.
And yeah, so far you've been right in your picks for
Yeah,
the players. It was pretty expected, but we'll see how that goes. Well, it's starting strong. They're already going for the first barrier. Sloth gives it away just like that.
yeah. Actually, the Kai goalie and then the Razus midfield has been something I've seen them play in scrims, but I didn't exactly expect them to pull it out. So we'll see how that goes. It's something people have been experimenting with more. Barriers down on both sides, but barriers, usually they fall on the opposite sides, kind of vertically. Currently, it's kind of a contest of who can stuff through this top side more. And it mostly depends on, when the Kai has Barrage, you're not getting it through him, but when the Ashe has Primary, you're not getting it through her. So it's a bit of a cooldown game to see who can play better on the top side if they choose to go through it.
We might have seen as well that Lockdown might have gone for the KO on Donkers, but they kind of let it go. Um, oh, aside from with the flip, he chooses not to do anything with it. They're kind of dancing around the black hole, seeing who will fall first. The ult from Scythen and nothing happens yet, at least. Ooh, the barrier falls. Never mind. But Nero has his flip, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, Sloth has his now too. Lucas taking a bit low. We are in overtime now, so Nero really going to be missing that barrier. It is sometimes just the deciding factor that you have to play a bit more defensively with your barrier down, and that's really rough to do when the other goalie has the safety net of their other barrier. Black hole's popped, so Siphon's taking a bit low. They might attempt to find a kill, just when they don't have the barrier, they might need the power play to get the goal, but Lucas is now the one who's lower as Scythen is healing up from the Van Brace. Ivy also has it, but hasn't really been the one taking damage so far. And I think the side of Lockdown are going to need to find something with this flip from Donkers before they both die, because they are taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's getting dangerously close, but to be fair, Nero is holding it down kind of well. Ooh, Dunker's getting pretty low. Nero wasting his ult on it, missing, but ooh, the flip, and yeah, he gets it
Yeah,
in the
really well
opposite
played.
corner.
I think it's really rough as Kai. Kai kind of used to be, wow, I'm Kai. They're gonna flip my open net. It's really OP. I can just barrage. But now every time someone's just gonna shoot in the smaller gap to try and fake out your barrage. But Donker's dead, and now they need to find something from this power play. The Asher probably won't struggle to hold it down though. They need to find something really fast because Donkers is coming back up, and Scythen's gonna just heal up from the Vambrace, especially from this big ultimate. He's already full HP, and now Donker's back with all his cooldowns. They're gonna look for an offense here, but Nero's still holding it down. Black hole popped, so Donkers is taken low. Ivy with a nice drag to find the barrier, but they can't quite find the next one yet.
And
Never mind.
you just lied. And they finish it right away, right after.
Yeah, welcome to the caster's curse. It happens to all of us. Yeah, 1-1. Kind of been the story of the game so far, going back and forth. Nero, the only one with flip right now, but Sloth mere pixels away from his. Nero defending his barrier with the barrage, but oh no, wastes the flip and loses the barrier. Really not gonna like that. Lucas working his way up to flip, but he's cheese killed by Scythen, and now things look dire for the side of wildcards. Scythen in a bit of an awkward situation with his passive there, couldn't find a strike wall since he had it. Nero taking down low a little bit, and the barrier does fall as he kind of had to fall away from any extra damage. And now Sloth, he has flip, he has both barriers, and Scythen has a flip on offense. It just looks all but finished, and that's Lockdown are going to be the ones to finish it.
And yet Lucas is holding down. He's lacking a little bit of HP, but he is holding down. He is even almost getting the first barrier with the Burger just getting it for him instead. Even though like Slough puts his ult down, like he's kind of walking more forward. Maybe he'll flip to try and get the goal, but never mind.
Nice flick from Scythen there, just perfectly stopping the ball before the barrage could hit it. And taking this 2-1 lead, they're gonna want to finish this out before it gets into a 2-2 situation where it's anyone's game. Sloth still has this flip. He's kind of not been pressured the last point in his defense whatsoever, and probably not too displeased about that situation. And it's just the story is that they're trying to force through this bottom corner, but what can they do when it's Asher and Scythen and Donkus just uniting on the other end to just find so much offensive pressure, assisted a bit by the ultimate of Sloth. And now Donkus with flip, Scythen closing into it, and it seems like unless Lockdown makes some massive mistakes, they're gonna find the goal.
Yeah, it seems like they're really on spot with the offensive pressure, because Lockdown is a little bit all over the map, and Lucas is kind of struggling to stay alive away from Sloth. And Dunker's flip, he doesn't get to get the goal, but they still keep the pressure nonetheless. They're getting a bit of a corner there, but Sloth just handles it just fine.
Yeah, I think the issue is, they're double melee characters, so it would be nice for them against almost any other goalie to be playing so hard into this corner as while I speak Scythe and finding the kill and the goal simultaneously. But when they try and both stuff it through this Asher, she just has to click one button and she has hot shot. She didn't opt for the demolitionist. She went for the CDR, and it seems to be finding value here already, because they're trying to force it through her, and it's just not a good plan. But Donkers and Scythen just covering the passes so well that they're kind of forced to. Picking up the bulk up, a really strong pick currently, but the speed on Kai, really nice. Aerial's a really strong pickup. Spark of Strength, all right on the Estelle, not exactly what you want. And size traded on the Kazan and the Asher, both happy about that, of course. Quick Strike for Lucas could maybe be signs of a win condition where they're gonna have some ability to get through the Asher in the corners when Lucas can just simply strike more. And it seems like they're going for this corner offense plan again. But we'll have to see how much more they can find out of it.
That is quite right. I mean, Lockdown's already down a barrier, but they're holding out. They're holding down. Oh,
Oh
oh,
no!
never mind. Never miss both. And Doc is the brick of death, but he's kind of distracting the goalie and Lucas from putting offensive pressure. I mean,
Oh no! And just nothing is going right on the kill confirm. And once again, Dunk is still alive. They've used so many cooldowns attempting to kill him, just not quite finding the angles. And the longer he stays alive, the more likely he is to get to full HP again, as he does. And Scythen just in time gets the flip to find the cheese kill. Ivy does have hers too, but it's a bit of a dire situation to be using flip. Well, she does use it, but ultimately,
with defensive pressure.
Lucas is alive now. But the other team, they still have their barriers. They still have this Asher who has very low cooldowns on that broken primary, right? They do find it with a combo of hit stuns, and now Nero is going to need to assist on the offense for them to solidify the goal.
Yeah, and Slav getting his flip really just in time to defend that goal. But it's kind of like a flip trade that as Nero also had to kind of use it to defend. Ooh, he holds it down. Unlucky.
Yeah,
Really, really good play from Ivy there.
yeah, well played on the defense. Donkers unfortunately was in the animation of his primary, so he didn't have the time to use his flip there. Really well played on the defense to kind of recover and the offense to recover from that seemingly unwinnable situation where they were just down the barrier, which has kind of been the story of the game. Nero just about finding the strike and so just Sloth not getting mind gamed by that strike hook strike from Ivy, but a great kill from Ivy on Donkers who had the flip. Lucas taken low, but Scythen used his cooldowns and the Estelle's not on the field to help with the kill confirm anymore. Um, but great dash from Sloth finds the barrier, finds some damage on Lucas who's taken to death. Scythen finds the kill after doing some damage with his flip, and it's just in from the ultimate ability from Donkers. Super well played.
Yeah, they're doing really well, but from what we've seen so far, it might just turn at an instant.
Yeah,
With
certainly.
the cooldowns already, most of the cooldown used on the wildcards team, but they managed to get the first barrier down, playing around the black hole a little bit. Lucas trying to get in the corner, looking for an opening to pass the Ivy, but not successful yet. Successful yet.
Yeah, playing this offense in the corner still, but it's just the situation that Sloth he wants to play in that corner on the defense. They need to do what they just did. It didn't work out, but the switch could have been threatening. Where Ash is not a very fast character, doesn't have a particularly good repositioning tool. So if they manage to find those moments to move the ball around really quickly before Sloth is able to get set up, that's where they're gonna find the offensive pressure, but it was actually a brilliant barrage on offense from Nero, which secured the barrier in a moment where I believe Sloth didn't have his primary, and then the flip from Ivy to secure the goal. So just a really quick turnaround on that point there.
Like we've seen so far in those games, you can't really be sure. They're always going to set 5.5, so it might just be the same for this game.
Yeah,
As they both get one barrier, and Wildcard seems to be in a little bit of a predicament there because Donkus has his flip, and also so does Scython. So we'll see how they go.
Oh wow, and yeah, it's the story of this game. Really good Giga Blast, probably assisted by, the aerials and the hot shot there, making it reach fast enough to be able to break the barrier as Sloth was slightly out of position for it. I think the story of both of these teams is that it's just really annoying to score when both of the teams have their forwards are also players who are comfortable on the midfield. They know how to assist on the defense. So you have to be really, really coordinated to be able to score. And now it's a tough situation for Lockdown. If this ball goes in, they do lose the set. And they really don't want to, but it's just a really rough situation where Nero still has his barrier, but really nice passing on the defense to ensure that they're not losing just yet. And Scythen trying to cover everything that he can with his dash. Great primary from Lucas, but the reaction from Sloth comes fast enough, and they're trying to mount this offense, but just three people on the defense once more, and it's just really hard to score.
Yeah, now Slav has his flip, so it's he seems to be in a good position where he has most of his cooldown plus his flip. Whereas on the enemy team, Lucas is pretty low. He gets Dunker's low as well, so I mean, kind of a trade. But they're all using a lot of cooldowns to get it through, and yet both barriers are open, and they all seem pretty chill right now.
Yeah, I think just generally this in the open net, if the ball gets to Kazan, it's really good for them because as a character has a lot of open net scoring, one of the best. It's just that the Rasmus versus the Estelle in overtime in an open net situation when the Estelle has hotshot, it's just a really tough place to midfield through. Ivy with the flip finds a pass. Oh, it's just not in Lucas's strike range. Bit of miscoordination there, and now no flips on the other side, but it doesn't
Ooh,
matter whatsoever
the
because
Kazan
Ivy,
special.
yeah, with the dash hook strike, and we're going set for set here. Let's see if they're rewarded in this draft. Do you find probably gonna want to take that size? I think the might have the Colossus combined with the Big Fish Demolitionist a bit too much to pass up on. We'll see what stuff opts for. Maybe the extra, maybe peak performance or something. Does opt for extra special. Really annoying to defend. Not Lucas, sorry. Nero already had really good Giga Blast so far, so even higher damage output on them gonna be really nice. We do see two sparks so far on Donkers, and if this game goes set 5, he's maybe going to get one or two more, so that's really scary. I know Scythen loves that peak performance, so despite the deny from Lucas of the explosive entrance, I think it's possible that Scythen would say he wanted peak performance anyway, just the player he is. So we'll see. I think both these teams quite happy with the draft they received, but we'll see how it goes. So far, Lucas is low, but their side does have the first barrier, so we'll see if he's able to live.
Yeah, Lockdown's already down the barrier, and it seems like Slav has a little bit of trouble holding it down, but using a lot of cooldowns to keep that one last barrier up. But Wildcard also just lost one, and okay, the second one falls on Lockdown's side. But it kind of goes back and forth a lot. Lucas is low, as he is most of the time, but it doesn't seem to be in that much of a to be that much of a problem so far. Seeing as Donkus has flip, he regains. They're kind of gaining. Ooh, both flip popped to get the barrier. Not sure if that was the play, but and the kill secured on lockdown side.
Yeah, I think if this ball can get back to Scythen and Donkers, it's all but in. I don't think Nero has. He does have the barrage there, but no more. And he's dead, so he definitely doesn't have a barrage. Great primary from Donkers. They need to get the possession back, though. They do have to be scared of the Kazan in the overtime, but Scythen with a great flick with his primary, I believe, just finds the ball so fast with a combination of bulk up peak performance. Definitely hits the ball, and he's going to be pretty much unkillable, well, other than Cheese with, you know, 2000 stagger and the Van Brace. So they're going to still probably try and play to kill Donkers, and he is taking a bit low, but their barriers are gone. Ivy does have flip, but misuses it, and Donkers just finds the solo goal. Super well played. Um, yeah,
Oh,
and up to one of the kind of most dominant sets we've seen so far.
That is true, but again, it could flip in an instant. You're never really sure with those two teams. But Lockdown's barrier already falls. But Wildcat's quick to follow. Siphon's kind of low, but he with the Rambrace he kind of gains it back up. It doesn't really mean much when he's low. He just unlocked Flip as well, so the pressure is insane, and they get this
Wow.
last barrier from Wildcard.
Really beautiful flip from Scythen there with the passive and then the secondary and then a strike to follow to break the barrier. Super well played. Donkus has flip on the offense. Almost dies. Unfortunately uses it there. Maybe feared that he would die to the knockback there. And now it's only Nero with flip. The side of lockdown. Pretty much no energy for any of them. And both forwards about to get flip alongside their goalie who already has it. And this is the moment they might have been waiting for in this set. They need to win this one, or it's all over. And just a great shot, and that's kind of the weakness of the Asher with Pauldrons. Just absolutely no open net coverage. So, especially on Kazan, with a bit of power from the Might of the Colossus and the Empowered Strike, just gonna absolutely launch the ball.
Especially since the team Wildcard has, well, not one, but they had two flips for the beginning of this set, this round, I mean. So they were kind of an advantage there, but both first barriers fall, so I guess we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and we're in the same situation as I believe the first point of the game, where it's these two top barriers that hold. And right now, Nero doesn't have Barrage, but he'll have it up eventually, and it's just such a strong tool if he's able to walk up, but doesn't need it. Just Lucas finds it by himself. He might find himself dead though, but no, another Giga.
Ooh.
Nero going insane with them this game. So much core speed on them with the hot shot spec, and Sloth just couldn't do anything about it, and we're back to 2-2 in this already 2-2 game in terms of sets. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Naru conserve his flip while Scython gets his and uses it pretty much straight away to almost get a barrier, but Nero defends it really, really well and gets the one of the two barriers of where Sloth wasn't.
Yeah. Now Lucas back up. We'll have to see what he can do with all his cooldowns back. They're kind of switching up this offensive positioning a bit, where Ivy is positioning a bit more in the midfield, but now Lucas really low and the barrier gone, and Siphon in the middle of three just gets the strike. I think right outside of Nero and Ivy's range to get the ball in the net. And now they're on match point in this third game. We see the Estelle, the first pick. A few options here. Might opt for the Deadeye, the Stagger Swagger, perhaps just to deny the potential. Oh, I forgot, sorry. They do have two Sparks already. That does make the most sense. Zen, maybe the Surge here. Yeah, opts for it. Surprising a bit that the Kai didn't deny, although they had heavy impact regardless. It is Sloth who denies the Stagger Swagger from Lucas. I think really critical to just ensure that Lucas is still able to be damaged. Nero with the missile prop, I mean, this Giga Blast is so disturbing right now. We'll have to see what he can do with it. Looked for the kill on Scythen, I believe. It actually hit Sloth, but yeah, nothing so far. And the first barrier for lockdown does fall, but you know, it's not the one they particularly cared about. Just looking to hold down one. And it is the side of lockdown who are mounting the offense now.
It does seem like during the draft, the lockdown team were really successful, and it kind of shows as how easily they just swiped the two barriers away from the team wildcard, with Donkus having almost all the sparks, and I'm pretty sure he's betting on getting the last one in the last set. But oof, they lose both barriers in an unfortunate event.
Yeah, I think a big power spike is definitely. Oh no, I think that was a buffer on the flip. Super unfortunate. Nice recovery though to still break the barrier. As they say, if you flip and then within 5 seconds you score, you scored with flip. Now double open nets, but it's Donkers with the only flip, but a
He
great
decides
primary
to
from
keep it.
Lucas. Yeah.
He decides to keep it for next round. We'll see how that goes in the late game, but so far, I mean, Sloth almost has his flip. Ivy also almost has hers, and Ooh, the first barrier falls on the wildcard side, and the second one right after. Maybe he's keeping it for now. Maybe he's trying to get close, just close enough to flip. And oh my god, Lucas
Great
just barely
defense.
saves it as well. But unfortunately, it still goes in. Good job to
Yeah,
both teams.
great defense on the line there. I was a bit worried that that hook from Lucas would grief them, but they did manage to find the clear after. Just so much damage there, and they still need to be worried about the damage. Nobody on their side has any energy. Sloth has his flip, and Scythen gonna have his very soon. Zen, a character that builds energy quite fast, but Donk has no energy as he's currently dead. Scythen moving back onto the defense, probably looking for this orb so that he gets closer to the flip. They sacrifice that one barrier, and Sloth uses the flip that he has. Scythen probably willing to use his on the defense, but would prefer to use it on the offense, which they are mounting right now.
Yeah, and oh, Lucas just dies, but Siphon managing to finish the kill off, which we hasn't seen a lot so far in the game. But it's kind of like what they've been doing so far, keeping the two top barriers and see who's gonna who's gonna die first to kind of like get it off. But Nero doesn't really manage to keep his, and Sloth walks up, switches with Siphon, and dies for it. So they're kind of in a disadvantage there because Nero also has flips, so we'll see. Maybe if they pop off, we'll maybe see the end of the game there. Otherwise, Sloth
Yeah,
respawns, so it might be a bit complicated now.
you've heard forwards in the net. I don't know what to describe when your goalie walks up and dies, but whatever it is, Sloth just did it. Is an overtime play here. Really tough situation, I think, for the side
Ooh.
of wild cards. Just so much range that, especially with the dash range that Scythen just picked up, able to be utilized just to cover so much alongside the Estelle that can already cover so much. Basically, no cooldowns with the triple spark uh, and hot shot. Um, yeah, super well played from both teams here, but
Me when my goalie wakes up, as they say.
yeah, when the goalie
It was
gets
a really
active,
good game.
yeah.
It was a really,
Well,
really good game from both teams.
yeah, we see more KOs, 7 kills on Scythe and 1 on Donkers, so 8-4 in terms of kills. Um, both teams, you know, really good defense, and we can see everyone getting a little involved on defense, especially for the side of wildcards. Um, Lots of spread out saves here, a bit on the other side, but less so. And we see, everyone's getting pretty involved in hitting the ball in this one. Pretty even spread of redirects. Scythen actually ended up with more redirects than his midfielder, but Donk has a few more goals than you would expect from a typical midfielder. I think that's just how they're comfortable with playing. We know Scythen's a player who knows how to hit the ball, um, and yeah, super evenly matched game. But that was the third and final game. We're gonna be moving on sometime soon to the next game, which will be between Lockdown and Vas. Vas, who won their previous game 2-0 against Yankate, Il Puma, and Lego Piece. So coming off a strong performance. And yeah, we're going to go to break now, but don't go anywhere because we'll be there with that game soon.
Welcome back to ETOS. We're currently about to cast the winners finals. We're currently in the map drafts so far. So, SMG, what can you tell us about it?
So right now we're between Lockdown and Vast. We just saw Lockdown defeat Wildcards in the winners semis. Right now we've got a ban on blue side, which is Lockdown onto the Atlas Lab, and a ban on the red side of Gates. I think these picks, I think Atlas Lab ban, not out of them being unable to play it, just wanting to mix things up a bit, not play something too conventional. I think the Gates of Obscura ban makes sense for Vas, wanting to play on a map that facilitates Alex a bit more with an offensive goalie pick, which not too great to play eject button on Gates. We see Taiko Temple and Clarion. I think those make sense. We've seen Vas play super well on Taiko Temple previously, and they're probably comfortable playing an eject goalie on it. And Clarion, I know personally that Lockdown are super big fans of Clarion, so I'm not too surprised about these picks. We see App and Inky's both banned. I think probably the least popular maps in this map pool currently, so it makes sense, which leaves us onto Night Market. And yeah, we'll see how that one goes if we get to it. But so far on game one, we're on Vas's pick, which is Taiko Temple.
It might be pretty interesting to see, especially if they decide to go Kyoko. But I guess we'll see when we get to it. But with Alex usually going a really aggressive goalie, it could be kind of interesting to see, I think.
Yeah, we've got on Taiko Temple, we have the Orb Dancer and Heavy Impact Star. I think of the two, absolutely, players are going to be focused on drafting around the Heavy Impact. Right now, we have Lockdown as blue side in this, which means, you know, they have options to get the first pick Vice maybe, which we've seen Scythen play before, or the Estelle, something like that. Even the Aimee if they wish. I think gonna want to ban one of these, you know, crucial kind of 4 picks, possibly of the Zen, the Estelle, Aimee, or the Vice, who really utilize the heavy impact and are used a lot by the enemy team. Perhaps the Zen from Owls, which we know is his kind of most confident pick, they might opt to ban it. But it could also be the case that they want to deny the eject threat from Alex by banning something like Aimee and picking Vice, just so that the two, which are really useful on heavy impact, are denied to him. So yeah, we'll have to see how the draft ships out.
Well, actually, where are we on that? Have they started the?
Yeah,
character
currently we have the draft screen. I think they're just waiting. You know, a good strategy in draft just to wait out the 30 seconds that you get per pick, just to get everything out and think about it, which I think the Lockdown opted to do. So we see Zen and Juno bans traded. Makes sense. You know, probably a bit less now, but there was a phase where, you know, every game against Donkers you would just ban Juno, and I know that Alex definitely won't like playing against Juno on an eject goalie that will only defend with strikes. Pretty hard to do into a Juno. They do first pick Estelle. Super makes sense. Donkers, his Juno's denied, and his Estelle is his next best pick, which is maybe to the same level as his Juno. So super makes sense and a super strong pick. So I agree with them taking that. And then Vice and Kai, presumably Alex on the Vice and Venom on the Kai. Yeah, both of them picks that they would super favor. I think, you know, Vice just a really strong character. Same with Kai on the midfield. I think a bit of counter synergy perhaps in that Kai, you know, has really good kill confirm, but not as much damage as you might like if you're attempting to play a damage comp, and might get out damaged if they opt for it. But it seems like they're not exactly going for damage on the enemy team, as Asher picked up, I would assume it's on forward, yeah, and they round their comp out with the Atlas. So it makes sense. Just a really annoying comp here for Taiko Temple. Going to be really threatening in the corners and with the range cover of the Estelle. So we'll have to see how Alex can navigate the defense with simply his strikes and mostly his primary on the defense. But if there's any goalie who can do it, it's certainly him. And we'll have to see what Alves picks here on 6th pick. He does pick the Drakkar. So, yeah, solid pick. I think not as much damage as you might like with the Vice. So we'll probably see them going more for the offensive plays to break barriers than to find kills for both sides here, which might be a little tougher. I think the side of Lockdown has a more well-rounded comp and more suited for this map, but you know, we shouldn't underestimate the amount of damage that Alves and Alex will be able to pump out with the heavy impact. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, so far what I've kind of like kept from all this is that so far both times we've seen Taiko, there's been heavy impact on it. So call it what you will, but I think the US gods are behind this. They want to see a KO map with a KO match and a KO comp. And
Yeah.
we'll see if it's gonna be this much or not.
Yeah, I think that it just depends on how much the offensive pressure is forced onto Alex, because on the Vice, you know, he can assist the kickoff a bit with his secondary, but it's not the same as something like an Ivy Blink that can move the ball forward and then, you know, maybe a turret, just to ensure that he's not under pressure from the very beginning, which makes it a little rough in that on Taiko can feel a bit decisive the kickoff. So if Alex is the one whose team is losing the kickoff a lot, he, you know, no matter how well he plays, Scythen's a proficient Asher player, and if he gets in the corner, there's not much that the Vice will be able to do on defense. So I think it matters a lot how the tides of the offense shift in this game, how much they're going to be able to get the ball forward before the Asher can set up. But it will just be really hard because, yeah, Kai a really good midfielder, but so is Estelle, and I think that Kai is, you know, in threat range to be poked down a bit and taken out of the game at certain points, and doesn't have the Atlas ult to back him up, which the Estelle will have. So we'll see how they can navigate it. I would favor the Lockdown comp initially for this map, but we'll see how they can play it. Still really good picks for the players playing them themselves. You know, Venom and Alex just really good at both Vice and Kai. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, because we've seen Sloth on Asher last game, but I'm kind of wondering if he didn't go Atlas, because, I mean, Atlas forward is always an interesting pick, but I wonder if it wouldn't be preferable to just keep it for defense, especially against a team as aggressive as the one Versa has.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible. I do think it's more likely, just because, you know, Scythen, we've seen him play Asher in previous tournaments, and Sloth is kind of, you know, a jack of all trades type goalie, so we know he can play the Atlas for sure, much to my despise. So it seems like he will lock it in. And yeah, what we expected. I think it'll be interesting to see what gears people opt for. I wouldn't be surprised if it's all mag souls, but yeah, let's see. It's all mag souls other than Alves on the slick kicks, and Sloth the only one with the orb dancer. I think there's some wisdom to going heavy impact on Atlas, just because you can get quite a lot of cooldown value out of heavy impact with your primary, potentially, but you know, the ability to get active as a goalie can also be super helpful. Scythen already taken a bit low, but does just walk back for the orb, and we're kind of seeing already what their game plan is, just to go into this corner and try and, you know, stuff it through, right?
Yeah, they're really just kind of. I feel like that's what they've been doing so far on Sloth's side of the game. With lockdown, I mean, they're kind of gauging the enemies. They're waiting it out. They're playing a bit slow, seeing how they react if they're going KO or not, before deciding if they want to go all in or if they want to take it a bit slower, like they did last game, or where Donkers tried to get all sparks for the long game instead.
Yeah, and now, you know, they used a lot to try and kill Scythen, but Sloth just has the ultimate on Atlas, and it's going to be really annoying when they continue to try and do that, but he just pops the ultimate and it kind of ruins their plans. And they don't have, the free damage that they might have with like a Luna or a Imi midfield who can do a lot more damage. It's mostly that Alex will use a lot of his cooldowns and maybe Al's to chip them, and then potentially Sloth will just erase it all. But great find on the cheese kill from Donkers on Venom who had the flip, and Al still has his, but it's looking dire on the defense for the side of Vas.
Yeah, because against Alves is Donkers that just had his flip until now. But yeah, since they had the advantage because Sloth still had a barrier, they just had to finish it off. So it's unfortunate, but we keep going.
Yeah, certainly. I also do think we haven't seen it yet, but a lot of the times Taiko can boil down to the open net situation where it feels a bit tough. Both teams have to both protect both lanes while trying to hold offensively enough to score. And I think that the Estelle has that advantage in those situations. Perhaps the Drek has an advantage over the Asher in terms of that, but I do think the midfield matters more. And the fact that the Estelle with lower cooldowns due to the heavy impact will be able to, affect the game from further is a big help. But right now, it doesn't matter because they were just able to set up in the corner regardless. A bit of assistance from Alex there, and a barrage and a shotgun to kill Sloth just finishes the goal there.
Yeah, as we've seen so far, Alex is a little bit terrifying when he gets this close to you. Especially, well, I don't remember if he had flip or not, but especially when he has flip or his ult's on cooldown anyway. But they don't seem to be that scared. They're holding on the pressure really really well, and Sloth is really on point with his res so far. We've seen Donkers get cutting it close quite a bit, but they're holding down the fort. They're keeping the pressure. Sloth has to share his orbs, unfortunately, but I think it's for the best for the team.
Yeah, I just want to talk about an interaction that maybe people didn't notice a bit ago, where Sloth struck it into the core into the Giga Blast of Venom, and it seemed like Venom's Giga would win, but the strike shot was about a pixel behind the strike and just double strike forward the Giga Blast. So strike shot kind of saving the day. I don't think it was planned, but super cool interaction there. Barrier down for the side of lockdown, and Scythen is quite low, so not a great situation, but they do have the ultimate, so he will be fine. They really need to find this barrier soon, though, because Alex is coming. Sloth finds the kill on Owls, but it's all for naught, as he still finds the goal regardless.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. The timing of the second of Sloth's secondary was just enough to let them get it through with the bounce on the drum. But the Sloth has taken a bit off of Alex, and he is also just walking so much forward, trying to help Donkers, but he's getting a little bit bullied. But it's fine because Donkers really just holds it down. Sloth uses his flip. Ah, Alves manages to get it through him though and finishes off beautifully.
Yeah, I think in that point we kind of saw what the counter that Vas had to this style of forcing it through the corner with Asher, which is simply that Drakat is a really annoying cheese killer, especially with heavy impact. And if later on in the game he manages to grab missile prop, there's a big danger zone. For now, denying the twin drive from the Atlas, I think Alex gonna go with. Oh, he goes for the Stagger Swagger. I would have thought he would opt for the Super Surge, but leave it so that his Kai gets it, which does make sense. And they're ensuring that Donkers doesn't get survivability as their goalie of Asher picked up the peak performance. I think a bit, not the goalie, sorry, Scythen picked up the peak performance. I think a bit of a mistake. Maybe should have left it and opted for the big fish there, because Donkers not gonna be super sad about the spark, but maybe would have preferred to have the option of the peak performance.
Yeah, and once again in this game, Dunkus opted for a spark, so maybe that's just his general game plan of trying to play the long game pretty much. And so far, I mean, it's kind of been working, at least last game. But they all work really, really well together. We can see that they hold it down against Alex and his team like really well. They keep the pressure forward, and Slav really helps them to like lock it down in the corner, so Donkas and Scython can just use all
I
the
mean,
cooldowns.
Alex is so ridiculous. I don't know how he manages to save that. His strikes were so perfect on the defense. I don't think there's any other goalie who saves that. But his barrier does fall eventually. Scythen
Ooh.
really needs to get this in, but the barrage from Venom really good at helping to ensure that Alex didn't lose to that flip. Was a rough situation. And unfortunately, Venom just moves a bit too fast with the Super Surge now. You know, his build might be a bit better on Zentara if that were the case, but still super nice on Kai to have the Super Surge.
Yeah, Scython is going in first, just throwing himself into it, and unfortunately this time again, he got too close to the fire, but mm, they they're still honing it. Donkas is getting low, but usually it hasn't stopped him before. They keep going and eventually he'll get back up. Slav sadly loses the second barrier, but it's not over yet. They send it back and they keep holding it down. He drops his ult to help Donkus a little bit survive, especially since Alex is right in front of him, but he gets it through, and maybe this time they get a barrier. Indeed, Scythen gets the barrier. Donkus is still pretty low, but he's staying in the corner just in case. Slough with the flip and almost saves it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, at this point, you need to realize on lockdown, we need to make a conscious decision to like either be super careful about the edge or change something about our game plan, maybe stand closer to the bumpers, something like that in the corner, just to because the cheese threat is what's really screwing them over because like we just saw, when they do manage to get to the corner unthreatened, they manage to break barriers, right? Right now Venom does have the flip, but he is low, killed by Sloth's
Ooh.
flip actually. But they need to get the ball up to Scythen, who has the flip. But just so much pressure from Scream Elves and Alex still, regardless of the power play.
Yeah, and Venom Miami respawning, but Scython was just waiting for it. He flipped instantly and got the goal. He was waiting until Alex was a little bit distracted, and that worked out. So I mean, that's great. They're not. They don't seem like scared of them. Like they're doing fine. Slough a little bit easy on the secondary, I feel like, but he gets the kill with his primary. So yeah,
Uh,
they do need to decide if they want to be really aggressive or if they want to play it slow. But in a 2v2, no 2v3 with Venom and Ami coming back, they're gonna have to take this decision fast, or it could cost them.
yeah, and once again, it was that cheese kill. I was honestly surprised that Venom was killed by the raw Atlas Primer. It doesn't have missile prop or anything to assist the damage of it just yet. Must have been quite close to the edge, but you know, not too surprising when the Drakkar with heavy impact finds the kills because it is a lot of cheese kill potential, and they're kind of their comp revolves around playing on the edge in the offensive situations. So they just kind of need to be there, but just need to be more careful. Maybe stand on top of the bumper, using the evades to bait things out, stuff like that. Because you can see that Alves is constantly lurking for it. Alex forced to use his flip right now, and Scythen hovering aggressively, and just yeah, I mean, there's pretty much nothing that Alex can do in that situation, right? Just super annoying with an Asher in his face, and they're playing
Yeah.
this corner offense really well, where Scythen's covering the out clear that Alex should possibly have, so he's forced to play it back into Donkers, who just has all his cooldowns still, so really rough.
Especially since Dorker's about to have his flip. Siphon is also not that far off if he can manage to not evade all of the enemy's spell. Vinayami is also pretty close, and Alex loses his first barrier. That's unlucky, but I mean, it keeps going. Donkers gets his flip. Um, they kind of take it slow, trying to move it to the other side. They're kind of playing it around a little bit. Ooh, nice ult from Slav.
Yeah, and it's plays like that that they might have needed. I also want to note that on one of the offenses, you know, Satan had the option to either continue the offense on the bottom side, but where he was forced to kind of play by the edge, and instead opted to find the pass to Donkers, who was in a safer position in terms of getting cheesed. And I think that might be kind of an indicator of where their minds are going right now, where they're just planning to avoid the edge after a certain point in time where Alves is set up to find the cheese kill. But right now, it's Vas who are set up. Alex forced to go back after that eject button timer. And now Donker still has his flip, super threatening. Great primary that forces the flip out of Alex. And now, really scary situation for the side of Vas. Donkers with the flip, Siphon just sitting aggressively on Alex's face pretty much. Bit of a misstep, but Sloth reacts in time, and this flip. Oh, but the knockback! Wow, what an interaction! The wind up of the primary on the Estelle gave it enough time for the ultimate to knock him away and displace the hit stun that was going to come, and he's dead now. Siphon still with a flip, might use it here. But it's beaten by the barrage, and it goes to Alves, who puts the ball in.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistimed ability usage, but to be honest, yeah, let's come back to that, to what Alex just did. The way he misplaced Donkers, he just missed his primary just enough that he would flee completely out of range from the core. I mean, he's not number one for nothing.
Yeah, and he gets the spec training, but this missile prompt I think really big for the Atlas here. I think it's really solid alongside Scythen. In the two games we've seen him play, both times he's gotten this peak performance and bulk up. So great synergy, and once again, Donker's stacking the spark. So despite them being down 0-2 currently, they are scaling. So, it's
Ooh.
sort of a don't let us get one situation
Oh
because
my god.
it might go super wrong for Vas in case they do. But right now, it doesn't seem like they're planning to, although the ball does get through, assisted by the missile prop range. So I think just dribbling it out, trying to play safe until Donks is back up. Alves is a bit low, but I don't think they're planning to do too much damage to him, just looking to find this final barrier. But solid defense manages to find the outclear that they desperately needed.
Yeah, and they keeping on the offense. I mean, lockdown is just giving it their all. Like Slough is just battling everything with his aura, it seems like. And Missile Prep really helps him out. Unfortunately, he did not see Elves coming.
Yeah, just not much you can do. Even if he has the secondary, no time to use it from that great hit stun combination. Um, and right now a bit of a stalemate here, but it does revolve all around this bottom side. We see, Silence at the bottom and Donkers is up top. Four passes like those and Sloth kind of playing behind Scythen. So just a really solid offensive structure where no matter where the ball goes, one member of Lockdown will be there. Nice pass to get it around, but great play from Alex to get the ball up, which does result in them getting the barrier and forcing the flip there out of Sloth, although, he still has more defensive abilities to use than Alex. So I think needs to be careful. He's being super conscious there, playing on the bumper. So
Ooh.
definitely they're making the adaptation, but it might not matter because Venom has the flip, but doesn't find the correct strike timing, and now it's the turn of Lockdown. Um, Gonna try and get the ball somewhere around Alves, who does have the flip, and we'll see if they can manage to do it.
Yeah, they kind of seem to be everywhere and everywhere at once, but unfortunately, it leaves also a lot of gaps, and AVS just knows how to get through.
Yeah, now 1 point away from taking this game one on Taiko, which was their map pick, but we might have expected a closer game than this has turned out. As I still do think that the comp of Lockdown has a lot of potential if they can manage to find the right plays and find the right offensive pressure. It's just that Alex is playing the defense so well, does lose both barriers now, but they that doesn't mean it's over yet. They do have to find the goal, which has eluded them so far. Alex forced the flip on a bit of a overcommit there, and right now they just want to get this ball up into the hands of Siphon or Donkers on the side of Lockdown, and Siphon dribbling it out to try and assist. I was quite low, so probably can't help with the defense too much. But they just can't find it through this corner in between Venom and Alex playing the defense super effectively.
Yeah, and Sloth is kind of just left to stand there, just wondering if he should go up in case he decides to clear away, or if you just help them keep pressure on. But oops, a little bit of a mistime back pass, but they keep the pressure on. They're trying their best. Sloth still has his flip. They're still going at it. They still have cooldowns, and unfortunately,
No.
Alex just knows how to time it to get it past Sloth, and a little bit of mistimed flip. That's the end of
Yeah.
game one.
I think Sloth probably just had his eyes set on that bottom side, wasn't paying attention to Alex as much as he should, and that ends the set in a 3-0 victory. Now, like I said, this was the pick of Vars, and we're going to be moving on to Clarion, which was the pick of Lockdown. But it turned out in this game that only 3 goals on the side of Lockdown, so perhaps they were the ones who were locked down in this one. And we see 5 kills on Alves, but I think more impressive than 5 kills, I think was the pressure that they felt when a lot of cases when they tried to go on the edge, where they knew that they would just get cheese killed if they tried to go there, which meant that they had to kind of try and restructure their offensive plan mid game, or be under threat of death, right?
Yeah, and it also feels like I mean, it was their pick, so it's kind of understandable. But I feel like on Vast's side, they really knew how to get just the angles on the drums that would uh put a lockdown at risk and just get around them. Like when in the last set when Alex walked up, literally a 1v1 against Love, and he just slightly put it around them to get it just so it didn't touch the drum, but it still went around. It feels like they have a really, really great understanding of the map and the mechanics, even though this map, I mean, if you play it on it, you know that you can always have surprises on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Clarion just a good variance map. Um, we'll have to see. I think, one of the things that is in the pocket of Lockdown that isn't something that too many other teams can do is opt for a double range character, double midfield type comp. Right now we have, the explosive entrance and the adrenaline rush, and we're on Clarion Corp, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see another Zen ban. Just wisdom on a really good start for him. In this case, Lockdown Blue once again. Maybe this time instead of picking the Estelle, they might opt for the Vice. Might opt for a double midfield comp. I don't know, but I think when you can both play to score from range, it somewhat eliminates the threat of the cheese kill when you're playing into the enemy's corner, which is what I think they struggled a lot with in that game. But this game, the other game, heavy impact start, definitely facilitates damage, and this start definitely does as well. So we'll see. I think both these teams could play damage. I don't think it's exactly, what they hang their hats on. Either of them, both kind of can play the ball, can play damage. I think they'd both be willing to in this case, regardless. But yeah, we'll have to see what the ideas of the lockdown is. They do opt once again for the Zen ban. I think it could just be a Juno ban. Yeah, just focusing more on the players than the map or the awakenings, and I think that's probably wise. Play the player, not the game, as they say. And yeah, we'll see what this first pick is here from blue side.
Yeah, it's gonna. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know about you, but Clarion, generally speaking, is always such an interesting map to watch or to play because of all the variation. There's so many ways, so many different ways to play it. So, with the first Estel pick from Lockdown, which is probably gonna be Donkas again, we can kind of see that they're gonna probably stay on characters they're really comfortable on. But we'll have to see what Vass picks to know for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, Clarion a map with a lot of variation, but the start of this draft, not much variation. We now see the Lunar Vice. Venom, for a long time was known for his Luna midfield. I think more recently he's been playing more like Kai and Rune, but definitely still a pick that he could pilot to help out with the damage. Not going to be too disappointed with getting Luna on the Adren Rush start. But it's an Imi pickup, and I think they are going to go for the Imi onto Scythen and then the Estelle onto Donkers. Or at least that's what I'm hoping for. I think it could turn out to make an interesting match. I think this is kind of their strength where they can uh, flex their picks and go to a double midfield pick. We'll have to see what the last pick is, because it's also very possible that this is an Imi goalie in the hands of Sloth.
I would absolutely love to see that.
I think it might be, because I think this is probably
Drakar.
Imi goalie, Estelle midfield, and then Drakar onto Scythen. And they're kind of squeezing Alves' pool here, because he probably has Rasmus or Kazan left, but both of them I think not as well served on the start, especially for what their teams are necessarily going to aim for. Does opt for the Kazan, so we'll see how this goes. Definitely a Vice Luna backline. Uncertain of the other backline, it's possible it's an Estelle goalie, probably the least likely of the options. Could be Imi or Drek in the net. Both Soft and Scythen, I think, comfortable picking it. I want to say that it's probably the Imi in the net. Just super good with the dash range, and maybe Sloth felt like Alex was exerting a lot of offensive pressure that he was unable to match on the Atlas in the previous game. But I'm not sure. We'll see. If their mentality changed, or if they're opting for the double range, which also is super interesting. It's a lot harder for them to kind of bully the double range comp, because the damage goes where the ball does, right? That's where your abilities go. So if you're able to impact the core from further away, you're generally speaking less likely to be taking a lot of damage. So yeah, we'll have to see if the side of Vas are able to output the damage that their comp wants them to, and if Lockdown, same story, kind of, they both want to output damage. I think another question mark here is, what awakening do people go for? I think, in some cases it's pretty obvious, like the Luna presumably is going to go Adrenaline Rush, right? It wouldn't make much sense otherwise, but on the other characters, will you opt for the damage to help with the KOing, or the scaling after you've found the kill, right? It's an interesting question. I think Adren a bit nerfed, and Explosive Entrance just this maybe definitely one of the strongest damage awakenings. It's so strong, but we'll see what is going on in the heads of these players right now once we get into the in-game draw.
Yeah, it still wouldn't surprise me though if Slav decided to take Drakar as a goalie, as we've seen it. It's not a bad pick, generally speaking, and
It is,
I
yeah.
think, indeed, Slav just
Boo!
took a Drakar instead
Yeah,
of
I mean,
Amy.
the double midfield definitely makes sense. Double ranged, they can play away from the damage a lot easier, and poke from further away. I think that Alv is probably going to opt for Van Brace on this. Just, any way you slice it, this backline is always going to be able to output quite a bit of damage, and he does. So currently we've got Sloth and Alves and Venom on the enemy team, all of those opting for the Adrenaline Rush, and then everyone else on the Explosive Entrance, I think makes about sense, about what you'd expect. And we start with maybe one of the most unique maps in the game, just generally. This bouncy map plays a lot differently from a lot of other maps. And we'll see, not a map where the ball stays in one place a lot, so not a map where a lot of damage happens, but it's very possible for, random, well, not random, but, kind of wild bounce kills that you wouldn't expect on any other map, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's either you love it or you hate it. You need to learn to how to play with it, obviously, but it seems like both teams are have a really good understanding of this version of the map at the very least, and Donkers really just shoves it in gently past Alex.
Yeah, and I think, in my opinion, that the bounce map is a map that the team that wins it, I find, tends to win it most of the time. If you go to 5 sets, I think one team's gonna win it 4 or 5 times. So, really good start for the side of Lockdown in that. I think probably this means that once per set, they might just have a map which they know they're going to have an advantage on. And Donker's definitely going to flip right in front of this barrier. He's low. He needed to use it, and he did have the perfect chance. Lived really well there, just about finding his way to the edge, so that he was able to avoid the kill of Alex. But right now, Al's just on the offensive tear. Does have a flip now. Going to be really tricky, and finds the perfect timing right after the shotgun of Sloth went through just to the top corner. So yeah, we'll see how things will change on this map, which is a map where you can live quite well by just hanging out on the side streets.
Yeah, but it's still a risky thing to do, considering that if the enemy team notices that you've been hiding a little bit, they could just try to ability dump you or try to get you out of a little hiding spot. But it doesn't seem like either team has been doing this right now. They're more on the all in right now, as Dorcas was with Does and always ends up a little bit low, but he manages to dodge the vice primary and Alves gets him, but Sloth avenges him right after. And
Yeah,
it's switching to a 2v2, yeah.
super well played. Yeah, I just want to note that I think Voss are playing the damage game super well. It's very clear that they've got their sights set on Donkers, right? And we've seen it kind of the whole game where they're targeting the damage onto him. You can see Al's just using every ability on him. And Donkers is kind of positioning where you would want to if you want to live, right? It's really hard to knock someone, even if they're staggered to death, if they're, in between them is a solid wall and the edge, right? So, yeah, we'll see if he's able to utilize that to be able to live on this map. Scythen taking damage now, though, and a great ultimate ability that forced Sloth to use his flip, and he loses the barrier. And right now,
Nice.
it is Scythen on the other end, but can't find anything just yet.
Yeah, I think they noticed earlier that I think the Vast team has a really good eye for when lockdown is either out of evade or has flip, and they're trying to kind of force the damage on the player that has the least amount of energy, just like they did just now, to get rid of any potential threat. And that's when they decide to up the pressure, and Alves with his command move that everybody loves, of course, just to get it past Love.
Yeah, I think, in this game, they're going to be really aware of how they use their evades because even if they do have an extra evade, the second after they use their evade, they're just going to get ulted by Venom. So just because of that cooldown, right? So if they use them unwisely, they're going to probably get that explosion in their face alongside maybe a dash and a rocket, right? And it doesn't matter what character you're playing, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially since both Alves and well, never mind. Now just Venom have their flip, and so does Alex. They can, if they time it well, they can really just choose to execute someone if they do it like with the right timings. If you don't have enough energy or things like that, but Donkas evades the Phenomenami yields and just decides to do the work themselves, just finish them off.
Yeah, I think one of the question marks going into this was will Donkers opt for the explosive entrance or the adrenaline rush? I think both are valid, but so far the dash range to be able to escape the ultimate without using the evade or even flip in that case just now has really served them well. Right now, unfortunate Sloth just trying to hard cover that topside shot, and Alves with the mind game. going to the bottom corner, and Donkers didn't get a chance to even use the flip that he had managed to save. And
Ooh, they're letting heavy impact for the Vice. It promises to be an interesting second set at the very least. Will Slip deny the size? I'm not sure. Nah, he
yeah, I
chooses to
think
leave it
just
for
yeah,
Alex,
the
yeah.
miss up, not as good as if it were on direct forward, but still a threat. Still can look for some cheese kills. I think the unstoppable really good in a damaged game. Just like in a normal context, it, before the nerfs or before the changes, I'll say. Um, it would have been the case where, some of these characters could just hit you once and then you're just going to die from a bunch of damage. But the 1 second of immunity is really, really impactful. So can be really helpful in a damage game. But right now, just lockdown setting up into the corner. No ultimate ability for Venom and no barrier for Alex, and no ult for him anymore either. So, despite no evades for the side of lockdown, they don't have too many big damage abilities to fear anymore. And Donkers jumps in that dash range, doing so much for him, and just managing to find the shot to the top corner.
Yeah, and it goes back to the little hiding spot version of the map. And straight off the bat, they're trying to get rid of Siphon, but he stays alive and they manage to lock down the corner. And to get both barriers, maybe to finish off, but Venom and Yami just switch it to the other side, Alex in support. They Sloth holds down, they don't manage to get the second barrier, but they're holding the pressure. Alex forces the flip. Scython Scython barely survives, but not enough energy for an evade, and yeah, Alf saw it. He finishes him off, but Donkers with the Estelos from across the map.
The
Yeah, he got
aerials
aerials.
range, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure who won the last draft because they both teams really got really good awakenings for them, and the double barrier from Donkers, that was insane.
Yeah, I think I would honestly lean it towards the side of lockdown, just because, Venom not really being the one under damage pressure. Wow, I mean, that was such a fast goal. Super well played. And of course, Alec King heavy impact, really, really big. But other than that, the size on Kazan usually really threatening, but not something Drakkar as a character I think too much cares about. In terms of defending, can be annoying in certain situations, but mostly he's just gonna strike shotgun through you, regardless of how much size you have. Um, the 1-2, I think a bit of a deny, and serving the damage a bit against the Kazan, who then takes spec, which means that the Vice doesn't get it. Vice getting the surge, still a lot of damage, and um, Donker's leaning onto Sparks. He's gotten them in the 3 games we've seen. Venom also opting for the Spark of Power, and Sloth, I think, the main loser of the draft. Not horrible as he gets a bit of range, but might not assist with the damage or do too much work with the siege machine.
Yeah. Donka still stays low. That dodges the dash of Venom and get both barriers. They really on Claren. It really shows that it's their map pick. They know how to play on it. They know how to keep the pressure on, and they know how to survive as well against an almost exclusively KO comp. Venom getting really really low there, but they're not gonna finish it off. I think they're trying to keep the pressure on to try and shove it through as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think Venom lived because he got his knockback reset minorly by the light hit of the Drakkar shotgun. I believe he would have died otherwise, but it doesn't quite matter because this double dash range is so annoying on the Estelle, and this is just what they're doing with the double range comp, right? They're just covering everything, and Alex usually so good with strikes, finding the out clear, right? But there is no out clear with these two characters on the field. They can just be wherever they want, whenever they want, pretty much. And both of them taking turns on the offense, and just they have the Drakkar behind them who will just strike shotgun through you if you give him enough time to gain his cooldowns, and it's just a really annoying comp to play against. But it doesn't matter if they're dead, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's a miracle that they didn't even try to finish Slough off just because. But yeah, they managed to get the the goal at the very least. So
Yeah, and that's what they've been needing to do. They need to keep the ball in in a certain place for an extended period of time, which is just tough when you have two of the best midfielders in Europe to move the ball around. But they just need to keep it in one place and then spam all their cooldowns on that place, pretty much, right? Luckily, Sloth doesn't lose both there. I think it was uh, potentially an option there, but this hook, I said the size might not matter too much, but it did there, and a great kill once again. Venom Yami finding a kill on Scython, and now Owls with Flip with the Dren Rush, with the empowered Strength Strike from the Kazan, just manages to get it through Sloth.
yeah, we'll see if on Vas's side they're gonna try and lock down the fort, or if they're gonna if lockdown is gonna give them a little bit more trouble than this. But so far we've seen really good game from the two of them. Alex still doing the amount of pressure that he usually does on the attack as well. And but I still want to highlight how Donkus and Scython really just keep the offense going despite being on literally almost 1 HP most of the time.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is that they're both very freely changing who is further up, depending on the situation. Like right now, Donkers is playing more aggressively, right, and Scython's right behind him. But rewind to 10, 15 seconds ago, and it was the other way around. But Donker's not in front of anyone right now, and a great ultimate from Venom helps secure the barrier. Uses the flip right now, but that shotgun has so much range, but doesn't have another one for the strike from Owls. And now, two sets on the side of Vast. Just need one more, and this draft, depending on how well it goes for them, might just seal the deal.
Yeah, now on this draft, sorry. Honestly, it could really go either way. There's nothing crazy good except, well, Deadeye, but no one can deny that. So there's
Yeah,
nothing
I think
crazy good for both teams there. So we'll see how they manage to scale it.
I think the peak performance, a really big pickup for Scythen here. A lot of survivability there. Although Alex gets the stinger, he has the cooldown reduction of the heavy impact, so we'll be kind of mining away at the additional health that Scythen got. More size for the Kazan, but maybe we're at a point where, in a situation where the size would be useful, he already has enough of it. And it's the damage there, the spec training that helps to find it. And this has been the case for the last set too. They just managed to find the crucial kill, and there's not much that Lockdown can do when they're down a man, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, even though they managing to get a lot of KOs on Lockdown's team, they're still holding down and they're holding down really well. Even though they're almost always down a player or almost like one, they that's unlucky for Sloth, but they still held it down the best they could, I think.
Yeah, I think this map just a really, really bad one for them. They're already taking so much damage, and the map just adds more damage. I think this is a better map for them where, the ball isn't going to stay in one place, right? So they're not under as much threat of all of them taking a bunch of damage at once. And Donkus finding both there, really well played. And like I said, I just feel like on this map, the team that wins it really wins it. Um, they
Yeah.
just are playing the map better, maybe in part due to their comp, just being able to reach all of the crazy bounces a lot faster than the side of Fast. But they need to be able to consistently win more than just that map to be able to win the game.
Yeah, and I was just pops the flip to win the second barrier, and they're gradually working on getting them more staggered and staggered. Alex with the potential, the flip to score, but he decided against it. Both him and Venom are keeping it to potential defense, potential offense. We see that Alex is really looking to TP just in front of Slav to finish it off, but it's always Owls with his classic move, I want to say.
Yeah, and if you thought Strike Hook Strike was weak, try again with 500% size. I mean, yeah, not much Soft can do without an immense amount of cooldowns about that one. And Scythen does manage to get an evade right now, but still would probably like to have a couple more. Uh, and they are on offense, but once it goes back to them being on defense, the enemy team has 3 flips, and it's just gonna look really rough for them.
Yeah, but Venom is really low, and Vaz just popped 2 of their flips. Even though it's only Sloth left, he's holding it down, he's pushing it forward. He lost his last barrier, but unfortunately, it's the end for them. They played really well, though.
Yeah, they did play well, but that's it for them in this winners finals. Not out of the tournament yet, though, as they do have a chance to make it through the losers finals. But yeah, just really strong showing from Vast there. Uh, even Lockdown tried 2 different types of comps in that game. They tried the more conventional one on Taiko, where they were playing the Atlas, Estelle, Asher, trying to force in the corners, and now they played the double midfield, less conventional style. Um, and yeah, Vash just later on into this game got so much damage, 12 kills to 2. I think that that was definitely felt in this game, right? Where
Yeah.
you could certainly see at the end infinite power plays for the side of Vass. So yeah, well played to both teams, but Vass will be moving on to the grand finals, where they may still meet Lockdown, depending on if Lockdown can manage to defeat Wildcards once again after a very close series against them in winners semis. But yeah, we'll be moving on to the next casters. Don't go anywhere so quickly because we won't be gone for long. Bye.
Goodbye.
And welcome back to Tatsu number 2. I'm Kirikin and we have Taydus here, and of course we're looking at a rematch in the losers finals. Lockdown versus the Wildcards. They play each other in the winners semis before Lockdown advancing 2-1, but now they're looking to get their revenge and potentially make their way back to the grand finals.
Yeah, a very tight first match from what we've seen. I think almost 2 hours in length, and now we're going straight back to Clarion Test Chamber. Lockdown has shown us they can play the map. They would just need to play the other ones a little bit better, actually get through the different versions of it.
Yeah, and of course our starts being Stinger and Big Fish in particular, very, very damage-oriented maps, I think. Well, and not even a damage-oriented map. I think the last map that we saw played on stream was very damage KO-y, and of course this one as well is also very bad as well. I mean, Stinger, very, very big awakening in terms of damage, and you can just play almost any character and get a lot of value off of it.
Yeah, definitely still gonna be quite dangerous there. Big Fish, depending on what they're gonna go with.
I'm a shock. All good. I don't think we saw who was playing before. I think on Lockdown it was Nero, Ivory, and I actually have to go check. I might be a noob. Hold on.
I can pull it.
Yo, Noobler. Oh, it's Lucas! Yo, my goat. Of course it's my goat, Lucas. That's okay. All good. They did win. I actually do not know what games they won before. I remember when I watched them. I didn't watch them, but I know what maps they played. They played Night Market, Clarion, and Natlab before. Could probably assume that since Wildcards picked 2 out of 3, they picked Night Market and the Yatlab. The Yatlab not really working out to their favor, and they probably won the Night Market. So good picks from them at least. And we're sort of on a bit of a better variation for them, C2C Night Market than Taiko, so we're going to be seeing a Taiko Game 3. Can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, Taiko should definitely be interesting. Lockdown gonna try to redeem themselves on the test chamber there.
And draft is coming through right now, actually. We have first bans are Estelle and Juno. Estelle, I think, being banned out from... Oh my god, yo, I'm actually Donkers. And then the Juno from... Yo, I don't want to get this wrong. Yo, I've been casting for a while and I still don't know all these picks.
Estelle is Donkers, Juno's...
Yeah, Estelle is Donkers, Juno's Lucas? Does Lucas even play Juno? Am I a noob? I could be a noob, who knows. But we have Kai first pick. Kai first pick into the Vice afterwards, so... Core control right into damage, so... Very, very interesting. I wonder how they're going to live. And then, of course, the counter pick, I think, for the Atlas at least, denies a lot of, denies at least Slav as the other picks come in, Zentaro and Rasmus being dropped onto the board. Yeah, definitely so. It's going to be a very, very core control-y comp with a slight tint of damage, while the other team is just straight up live and then go die. So all good. Smile.
Yeah, seeing could be lots of kills. Rasmus definitely gonna capitalize on the Big Fish there for the size, I think.
Very big clueless emote. Oh god,
and
don't even know what last
the
pick
Kazan.
Ah, there you go, the Kazan. I mean, of course, the Kazan having the Big Fish take, as well as, of course, when we saw last game with, I think, who was it? Whoever was playing Kazan that last map. Sorry for butchering your name like that, but it's going to be a very, very maybe I wouldn't even say lopsided. It would be more of a very hard pick to control, especially if you play it right. And of course, will probably be Awakening starts are probably going to be Big Fish on both Atlas and Kazan, and then of course Stinger on the Vice. And of course on the other side, it's probably Stinger Zen, Big Fish Kai, Big Fish Rasmus, and then both for going Pauldrons. Yeah, Pauldrons might go.
Yeah, probably Pauldrons to just contest the Kazan there, because we saw that he at least somewhat struggled against that last game.
Yeah, Size Kazan is just so impressive, especially when you can throw all of these abilities right at them and then be like, oh, well, I have Hook. What are you going to do about it? And then
yeah, the range gets ridiculous.
It's so unbelievable. I think we were talking one time. I think it was well, what was it? Season 2 show match? Yo, it's been a while since I've casted here, but Season 2 show match, I think it was when me and Celis were casting, of course. That time when whoever was playing, I have no clue. I actually don't remember who was playing in that show match. It was on Taiko Turmoil, and they controlled, well, that Kazan hook lasted, well, it lasted as normal, but the size was incredibly insane. So off with the Rasmus goalie, so you can see a masterclass on that, hopefully, against what could be just a rematch against the Kazan, especially with the size. So I can't wait to see how they utilize this, and especially how Scythen will build his game, at least Clipmaster's Donkers can help him out there. So
All big
I'm
fish though
surprised.
on Team Locked In. Yeah.
Yeah, Big Fish on the board. Everyone taking Big Fish over the damage start, so maybe damage could be weak here as we're on the Obscura portion.
Donkers
Donkers taking low.
Already knocked low there, yeah. So I've been
really
trying to
low.
get it through. Finding the first barrier quite quickly. Donker's fighting the second one. But gets taken out for it.
Taking out very
After-
quickly, and it doesn't really help that he stood into the Obscura pit for a little bit too long, making sure that he did take a lot of damage there. And even Scythen taking a lot of damage too. Dunker's respawning, but the power play still comes online.
Nero just finishing the job there, yeah. Slav just able to get it out around Ivory there. And Donker's almost getting the corner. Ooh,
Of course,
a
working
very,
out in his favor.
a very good Giga Impact there, getting them the power play for the first time. But not quite able to get it through yet.
The Ivory coming in and doesn't really work out for his favor. Ivory, Liza, Nero still having the flip. It's very good for them, at least, especially since they're getting a lot of damage on board. Donker's still staying in the pit, though. Can take a lot of damage there. And it's not really looking good for them, as Ivory can just throw a lot of damage onto Donkers. And there we go, off the map.
Donker's going down again. Wildcard's definitely in the advantage energy-wise right now. You just need to get it through. But Scythen so far helping on the defense quite good as well. Even with countering the flip there, Lucas just gets it in.
And that play, at least, sending it right into the bottom corner is very nice. And the damage that is being put onto Scythen and Donkers is so reminiscent of last game, especially with how much damage that they were trying to deal with. And now to try to return the favor here, Scythen with the flip and Donkers pushing up front as well. It's just like last game where they like to slip between who is up and who is down, but the core not really finding its completely finding its mark, at least, as Donkers sets it to the top side.
Shifting momentum, and now they're more or less equal on energy gain there, with only Slav having the flip currently. Scythen finding a very early barrier again.
The open barrier. Very nice.
Slav walking up a bit too far. They're losing his barrier to it as he tries to take space for the team. Has to burn the flip just to keep the second one alive, but Ivory does end up getting it.
Top from Ivory's working out the core, at least, and keeping Sloth on his toes for a while, as they almost find the goal there, as the core is still onto the other side. Scythen returning to the core field as Donkers trying to find an opening spot for them. The damage is really putting a toll on them, at least, and making sure that they have to burn their evades quickly and not really have much to evade the big stuff, as Ivory clears it out towards the top side, and Lucas making Donkers burn another one of his evades there. He doesn't really have any to make a play as they try to revitalize his offense onto the top side, but Nero's just holding it down completely. I do cast a curse it there, loses the bottom barrier as well as the core, comes to the top side, and Ivory's doing so good so far, keeping the core keeping the core contained into the corner and letting Lucas try to walk up into the square, but Donkers doing a lot of the favors here and defending for him, as again the simple strike hook and then strike right back into Sloth works yet again to bring them up 2-1.
Great patience on Ivory there, just wait it out and put it in. And we're back on the bounce one. They Lockdown showed that I can play this one last game. Let's see if they can do it again. Yeah, two very early barriers for them, wide open, and Donkers just puts it in. Very well played there. This seems to be their best variation of Clarion Corp so far.
The core control map, especially when the bounces do go in your favor, And particularly for Donkers, he read the bounce perfectly and allowed him to get into that position. And Donkers now evading every ability being thrown at him there. Will take him a little bit low. But now let's slough onto the pressure coming onto the offense. Donkers with the barrage taking it away, but Will gets stopped a little bit. We have to be sidelined as Ivory tries to go for the kill. Does find it as a power play onto the oncoming members of Wildcard right now. Slough having to clear it away, and Ivory lies having to sit there enforcing the corner. And so far, they're doing a good job defending it right now, but damage still taking its toll right now. Scythen taking extremely low, and it's not looking too good for them in terms of damage as Donkers has to evade yet again.
Slough pushing up a bit in an attempt to help the offense, but they just get it through the top. Siphon almost being knocked out again, having to burn another evade, and now standing there without one and quite low.
Pulse coming right out as the core will hit the overtime mark right now, as Donkers is still taking so much damage. Scythen even taking a lot of damage as well. This damage game is so oppressive, especially when Ivory finds the kill onto Donkers, and Scythen left to stew. The 1v3, the linger catching Slough off guard, and Nero walking up as well. It's getting contained so far. The core ends up sliding away and is saved by Nero, but Lucas now on the opposing end of the damage, looking like he had a lot of trouble to come in. The Supernova comes out and sends the core right back into the corner where Donkers and Scythen capitalize to take their first set.
Very, very well. Lockdown showing again that this is a map they can play. This is a map they want to play on, even if it was a very contested game or set.
Super Surge, Explosive Ventures, and Ad Rush all on the board right now. Wondering what Scythen will take. Is a lot of opportunities. We'll take the Super Surge, but that allows for a lot of counterplay to come in. Peak Performance being denied. Timeless Creator being denied. Somehow Ad Rush is not falling away to either team, actually. The Ad Rush is so weak! Wait a minute.
Slough taking the quick strike there just to hopefully contest that Kazan a bit more.
The Ad Rush falling to Lucas is very, very peculiar, in fact. Especially when he gets so much damage out just like that!
Yeah, Donker's already dangerously close to being broken again there. Siphon does find the bottom barrier though. Does find the top one quite quickly after, and now they are in an advantageous position. They just need to make sure that Donker doesn't die here. Ivory does find both of the barriers from lockdown, and now it's equaled out again, but with very different health levels.
We're being kept there into the corner right now, as Nero gets stunned by Scythen, and the core stuns right through Nero. As Scythen slides it right in as well, and the damage isn't really coming on as well as I thought it would be now in this set. I think they've learned to deal with it in particular, not really taking the kickoff, and now Lucas is the one getting damage put onto it. They do take a barrier in response, and the core still on the other side as Lucas has to walk back, Nero walking in front to make sure that the core still stays in position as Lucas comes back online, has to burn the defensive flip here, pass up to Nero, and the kill found by Scythen onto Ivory here, power play, one that seems so unlikely for the side of Lockdown right now as Donker's taken really low and finds the complete turnaround onto Nero there.
Very well. And now the energy very well leaning towards Lockdown there, with both Lucas and Ivory having almost nothing. Siphon again finds a very early first barrier. So the question is just, can they find the second one quickly as well? Slough keeps it forward. Ivory does find the bottom one for Lockdown, and top one as well.
Both being found extremely quickly for Ivory and Balls. They're doing really good in terms of taking away Slough's barriers, but the scores are basically eluding them for the most part. Ivory and Lucas looking to take this bottom corner here. Narrow as the flip, and it is deflected by Scythen as well. Has full control right now as the core still on the other side. The Giga Blast coming out on the top and the bottom side, finding the core as they take another set away from Wildcard.
Nero just having nothing left to defend that there, and it does look that it was a much more dominant set for Lockdown. It does look like they might finish this with the next one.
A lot to take here. Bulk up on the cards, especially the amount of damage they want to put onto Wildcard. In particular, Nero getting the hot shot. It will be good to try to get more cooldowns to evade. Or not evade, but keep the core out of the hands of Scythen and Zonkers. But right now, the damage that I initially thought on Wildcard isn't really doing it isn't really showing its ugly head just yet. As we're on the bouncy house for now.
Yeah, no, lockdown's very well. I feel like the damage is showing. They're missing the confirms at the moment. And as both Sloth and Ivory got bonus size there, they're just equaled out again. Ivory does find the bottom barrier with another very good hook. Siphon almost gets wildcard second one, but not quite.
Again, with the bounce, it's just it's so long until both barriers do fall now. Ivory burning the flip here, trying to catch the core, and balls again. Well, Lucas again doing a lot of damage, but the core control still seems to favor them in the process. The Scythen just shoves it through all three members of Wildcard and puts it into the bottom corner. Even Nero couldn't save that.
Wildcard standing there with a slight energy advantage, though. We'll have to see if Nero ends up using the flip defensively, or if he's gonna actually use that to get a barrier down here. Lockdown losing their first one, but managing to push it out, protect the second one. There's now a lot of damage on Sloth. They're gonna try to take the goalie out here. Flip coming out from Lucas. And Sloth does go down. Ivory just putting it into the open net there.
And this is what this team's all about for the most part. Just KO, 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 KO. And if they can seem to do that more often, it should be good to go in terms of putting damage onto them. And now Lucas using the Supernova to put something out the equation, but not really for long. The core coming back up to the top side will allow something to find that first barrier with the dash range.
As they exchange barriers, Nero still holding onto that flip, hopefully using it to defend at some point. Siphon having dropped quite low, but being able to go back for an orb there. Yeah, if they can keep confirming, they get to work towards the kills. If they can keep confirming them, this will be a match Wildcard can actually win. Siphon finding the bottom barrier here and almost getting it in. Sloth walking up to put the pressure on some more. Yeah, but he does lose his second barrier to overextending just a bit.
And the core coming all the way around the other side, and so far the damage department is doing its best to try to take the core away, but right now Donkers still has so much control and giving it to Scythen, and it's just a matter of time before the core comes out right there. Lucas burning so to try to keep the core on the other side right now. Scythen still lingers in the pocket. The Xeno coming online. Nero's still taking it away, and Donkers looking worse for wear, has to evade out of the play and can't save the top side from Ivory. Good find by them to keep Wildcard back in the game. The way things are going right now, it just seems that the team of Wildcard has to lock in for the most part, because they take the top corner and they just can't seem to find the goal as easily as they take the barriers too. And if Lucas and Ivory want to secure this win, they have to keep KOing the pressure. It's good pressure on the Donkers as he does live, And if they can keep finding those moments where they can keep someone out of the play in the long run, it is very good for them. But now Donkers with the health will lose the second barrier off the arrow. Drummond now getting knocked back for his favors. Now Nero with the flip to try to stall out the core and let them get back into their position. Ivory in front now, and Lucas having to can't really step back from the play because the core is still there, but it takes so much damage now. The Hunter being the hunted right now as the Scythen Donkers pipeline comes in, takes the second barrier too, as Lucas and Ivory are scrambling to close the set out, and they just can't seem to do it, yet the core is still evading them. And right now, it is looking like a Scythen victory as he takes it to the top corner.
And just like that, Lockdown has clawed this set back, and we're potentially on a match point here. On a very quick first match point.
We found it right now. Xeno has the last variant, and Donkers taken extremely low too. This is what they need But right now, the energy is not in their favor. Sloth does save the barrier, technically, because he's still in the play right now. Both barriers on the bottom side still in their control at the moment, as Donkers and Scythen take the second barrier as well.
Finds the
Lucas
second one.
getting completely destroyed, almost vaporizing all of his HP as he has to stay back. As Scythen and Donkers look like they have complete control of the scenario, the Supernova coming out, and not really finding any value, as it just seems that Ivory and Lucas just can't find their footing. The damage isn't really working out to their favor like we saw in the first set, and it just seems like they don't have their game plan in check now. The core sliding all the way around, and Ivory just has to overextend. Now Lucas just not in the right spot, and Nero really can't defend when Donkers wins the strike war against Lucas, and Lockdown take game 1 on the Clarion chest chambers.
Lockdown trying it. This is a map they wanted to play. This is a map they could play. A very solid performance, especially a lot better than what we had last game from them. So we're going into Night Market next, which I know the teams played on before. I don't remember what the exact performance was. Any insights from you there, Key? What do we expect here from both teams?
I mean, not quite sure. I think the game plan from Wildcard was very nice in terms of maybe having the damage, but once they got the damage going, it just didn't seem like they were really in the mix of things. I feel like it was more of like we stuck with the game plan and then we never capitalized off with game plan, because it was good that they were getting stuff down and they were KOing people, but it just seemed to turn the other way once they lost the first set, and it's kind of due to the part that Donkers got a lot of speed into this and was able to take everything away. And then of course Scythen just doing a lot of damage in terms of with the bulk up and the dash range. So in terms of that, I thought in general all they had to do was just kind of mesh the killing together and then just capitalize off of just pure power, because they were doing good so far. I liked how Ivory was playing a lot of the interactions versus Sloth, because they were taking a lot of good barriers. It was good barrier play, but it just couldn't seem like the goal. It was just like the goal was evading them. So if they can maybe work on capitalizing a little bit, it could be good. It could be very nice. And since they're on their map pick now, I am vying to see a good map, or at least a good game plan from them, because if they brought Lockdown to a game 3, then this means that this map was very good for them because they picked it last round as well.
I feel like it was both confirming the goals that they were missing. It was also confirming the kills, especially Donkers, with, as you said, with the speed, lived quite often for quite a long time. Also, Sloth seemed a lot more comfortable on the Rasmus into the Kazan as he did in the previous game with his Atlas. So, what picks are we expecting here for this match on Night Market? What are you thinking?
No, actually, a lot of things can happen on this. Maybe we see the double midfielder run back from Scythen and Zonkers. It would be very nice to see. And if the Awakening starts are still very, very KO-like, I can probably expect the entirety of Wildcard to bring back their picks. And of course, we're on Night Market. We have two very, very un-KOing Awakenings, in fact. Monumentalist and the Atlas. Lockdown bang Nero's Atlas, and of course Wildcard bang Itubu off the map. First pick again, going to Donkers, being the Kai, so it's going to be another very, very speedster game from the man himself. Hopefully we see a counter to that from Lucas and Nero as they try to work around whatever Donkers is playing here.
Picking up the Estelle to just kind of deny the double midfield there. Also the Rasmus this time, which should be an interesting play with Monumentalist, but definitely playing for speed again with the Kai there.
Get on to the Estelle and Rasmus both. It's going to be a very good game plan. I want to see how Lucas works his way around the Estelle at least, because it's a very good pick on this map. The way that we see a lot of people nowadays play Estelle. Not to be weird, but the way that they play is very, 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 very nice. And of course, Sloth picking up the Drakkar as well on the goal is going to be a very, very tough nut to crack, especially when you have so many shotguns to work with. And of course, playing against Rasmus as well, you kind of just want to clear it away from him. And even with the Estelle, because the thing is with playing against Drakkar, it's not really like he's not really anti-stuff, but he's also very anti-stuff. And of course, the era coming out, I kind of predicted it earlier. We're gonna see a double midfield comp on this map. I wonder who's playing what at least. Nowhere is definitely no. I think I know what's going to be going on this map, and I like the era pick at least. The era pick coming onto, I think Cypher's gonna be playing this, so it's gonna be very, very beautiful. Unless we see an era goalie, then I'll be hyping up Brickbat right now, but Brickbat's not here, unfortunately. Sorry, Brickbat, we don't hate you.
I would be very surprised by an era goalie. I'm expecting Sloth to go with the Drakkar again. Their plan just seems to be they're gonna outrun everybody else here. And I'm looking forward to seeing Sloth push up with that Drakkar and just take space with the shotgun.
Oh, and according to Castry lore, it is era goalie, so I don't think you'd hear the clapping, but I'm clapping a lot right now. I love era goalie. W pick. And of course, the Rune, the Rune. I don't even know where to start. Who's playing Rune? Why are they playing Rune on this map? I mean, Rune's a good pick on this map. Who's playing the Rune?
Who's playing, and yeah, what position is it going to be a goalie, or are they going to? I mean, Rasmus in the goal would work as well with what's been done here, but we'll have to see, I guess. Let's see.
I'm so not a knower. They were right all along. Oh my god, Araslav, Scythen Drakkar, and the Kai on Donkers. I mean, it's still triple midfield. Don't get me wrong. I might have guessed the wrong characters that are being played on this one, but it's okay. It's okay. Yo, Slav era goalie is very, very good. I promise you that. Of course, Lucas on the Rune. Okay, we're so back. We're so back. Monu is a KO awakening at this point. It's not even like it's not even like close to being un-KOE unless you're playing on Rune, especially if you're playing on Rune.
Rune not even taking the Monu though. He's taking peak performance.
Even take Monu.
Oh. And Nero on the Estelle on the goal. It should be a very interesting game to see. Donkers once again just outrunning everybody, finding the bottom barrier here quickly.
And his matchup pairs up actually kind of very well for Donkers and Scythen with the era having a lot of pressure in terms of having a lot of speed. But Ivory almost checkmating Sloth and reading him completely. Doesn't find it though, but still has a good shot to take this first but especially with both barriers not on Sloth's side right now, as Donkers and Scythen look to take this top barrier away from Nero, but Nero holding on for dear life, making sure that nothing gets in his way. At the very moment, the speed from Donkers and Sloth doing very, very well. Flip comes out, Ivory unable to take it away from Sloth as it comes back down to the side of Lockdown. As Donkers again doing so much work, taking the barrier away and making Sloth have to work for it. I mean, the core coming back all the way down to Ivory made it so that the core will evade Sloth in the meantime, and they do take this first point away. And again, the just the comp in general from Donker, Scythen, and Sloth, it's just a very, very speedy comp, especially with the slowdown onto Ivory, and as well the slowdown with the Drakkar ult. It just seems like this overpowering speed meta could be what wins them the game here, but they still have to work through, I guess, Lucas Rune and Ivory taking a lot of the steps to take initiative, and will take that second barrier from Sloth as well.
Both wildcard forwards, burning Flip there, putting them a bit behind energy-wise, but they do get both barriers. They find to go with it. Sloth seeming to struggle a tiny bit into the Erasmus. There's going to be interesting to see how that evolves with the coming awakenings. But now, point 3 and Lockdown very much in the advantage energy-wise. It's just a question if they can actually use it.
Double banish coming out, and of course, I say that the speed is very nice, but so far they really haven't seemed to capitalize on it just yet. And I might be a liar. Yo, I mean, caster moment. Holy smokes. Lore-wise, very ungood. And there we go. That's what I'm talking about in terms of speed. Like, if the core ever bounces up to the other side, Scythen's just there to cover it. And if Nera ever shoved it right back into Donkers, it was just a free flip. And in general, the speed comp, very, very nice to work with. And if they could just seem to get the two barriers just out of the way, it seems like they'll have a very, very easy time scoring. And it seems to be the case so far, both barriers being taken down as the core rotates to the bottom side.
Both Siphon and Donk are just able to get everywhere they need to be so incredibly quickly. Even Slav with the arrow pushing up quite well to keep the offense going here. Ivory does find the first barrier, barely misses the second, but Nero, both the goalies are sitting on flips right now. Nero needs to burn, actually get the core out of his area. But they don't seem to be able to get the attack going quite, as both Donkers and Siphon just keep the core up here.
The core rotating around is very, very nice, especially when Ivory is just there. Just cat buys whenever Sloth can't really make it in time to cover the top bears. We've just seen right there. The Maelstrom.
Donker's going with the Sparks, probably trying to scale late game here. Okay, Rasmus on the 1-2 punch. Wrecker on the extra special to slow lockdown down just a little bit more, just to build up that speed advantage they already have that they still need to capitalize on.
Draft coming in line right now. Very, very good picks for everyone involved in the triple banish comes in. No, not a single kill being found, but Donkers still left, not really in the driver's seat, but instead on the death touch, on the death book at least. For the meantime, Aslav has to walk up, and that's what I'm saying before, the Castellas doing so much damage and doing so much work for them. I mean, imagine if Lucas took Monumentalist there. That was definitely a kill to be found. Yereneo not really finding its mark there, but of course the speed and the shotgun blast from Scythen will find the top side. Very nice work from the two.
Very nice pass. Yeah, I think with Monumentalist we would have looked at least 1 or 2 kills there, but without it, they didn't even get a barrier out of it. So we'll have to see if that's going to be a recurring problem they have, or if that's just a one-time issue now. So far, again, both Siphon and Donkers just completely outrunning Lockdown. Not quite able to get it around just yet, but definitely keeping the attack going here.
What fairy is being found, and very nice work from Donkers and Siphon, keeping the core away from Ivory and Balls, and that's just the speed gap right there. The core not really being able to be touched by Ivory. I mean, not a single touch from Ivory there, and that just shows to see how good speed is at this very moment. And even though Ivory getting completely wiped out the equation and really haven't been able to get that core flip coming out now, but Sloth easily defends it as Scythen and Donkers looking to revitalize this banish coming out onto the Scythen. And the strike were being won by Ivory gets the core on the side of Lockdown, but the double passing angles from both Scythen and Donkers lead the core back and forth, and as overtime comes in now, Ivory and Balls look to try to revitalize this offense here. The ball's to the bottom side as well as the core comes away from Sloth just a little bit, as the speed of the core is way too much for the players at this very moment. The core not really being able to go anywhere. Ivory missing the bottom corner there as Drakkar ultimate shotguns hits the corner yet again, and the score comes in with a simple strike core, and that's just the speed gap right there, as Lockdown looking to come back from the early deficit that they had before.
Yeah, they're actually starting to capitalize on their speed. Now they're starting to use that positioning, especially Sloth moving up more as well. Another double banish, but probably barely finding the kill on Donkers there. As Siphon is trying to get at least a top barrier down here. Energy-wise, actually, Lockdown still in the advantage by a good bit. Nero having to burn Flip here to keep his top barrier alive, but finding Lockdown's top one.
The banish is on, and even the kill being found by Ivory there sets up the power play, and they've been doing so much damage so far, even though you haven't really been seeing it, and it's only been in terms of just the knockoff KOs, but the damage KOs from from Lucas at least has been very, very nice, especially with all the badges he's been getting. One banish being found yet again, and Donker's being left to stew in that obscure for a moment as Ivory and Balls keep the core all still inside a lockdown at least, but now the Beasters return at least, and Donker's looking a little bit worse for wear, but it's okay.
Lucas there, burning the flip, trying to get it forward to Ivory, not quite managing it. Siphon finally finding that last barrier on Team Wildcard, and now both goals are wide open.
Cole being good, the overtime working, it's magic as Ivory, the core, coming back to them, and the sink to the top side. Very, very beautiful work. Sloth not being able to catch everything with the speed, and that's kind of what happens when the speed is a little bit too much, and of course the score coming right back onto the bottom side here. Again, just the damage portion, Scythe may take the 50% HP and even could be knocked off the map there. Won't be knocked off though, unfortunately. So he'll be still there to take away the pieces for the meantime. We'll take that second bear as well as Nero, not really in the driver's seat right now, is working on flip, but at the very moment can't really seem to get it. The core not really being there as Lucas controlling the core here, and will lose the Donkers for the meantime as Donker sinks it right in with a simple strike there. Nero not getting that flip is so unfortunate there as Lockdown take away a set on Wildcard's map pick.
Very dominant set as we go into the second draft here, and quite a few interesting picks, quite a few damage-based picks. What do you think here? What are we going to see here? I'm kind of expecting Rasmus to go for size here. Maybe. Okay, I was expecting specialized strength on Dunkers there, but
a lot of, well, I mean, he has 2 sparks, so
oh yeah, that's right.
Second spark makes it a lot easier for him to go up and go kill, and especially with the twin drive and the mighty colossus on Scythe. The brawler position is going to be very easily established for the most part. Donker's walking up and just going to be running around for the most part. And it's going to be very nice for Wildcard. See whether or not they can take this. They take the first barrier and get Sloth a little bit stunned up there. And again, damage coming all onto Donker's there. The draft from the other side for Wildcard actually looks really beautiful, I think. They're working a lot more on the damage portion, which is really nice. And even the red core from Ivory's there can be very, very helpful to send the core where when it's not overtime for the most part. I think it's just because of the 1-2, but still, if they're able to keep touching the core, it's very nice. And in general, the way that Scythen's handling this is doing good so far. And of course, almost the kill being found onto Lucas there. It's going to be very beautiful. Then one banish coming out for Lucas there. The Timeless Courier doing so much work, keeping Scythen on his toes as he's taken very, very low. And still his Donkers too. He's still fighting in the corner. And a lot of damage is being brought onto all of them. Scythen and Donkers on the 50% HP. The core being rotated all the way around with Ivory's hook touch as overtime hits the cards right now. Nero still has the flip in Ivory in the 1v1 versus Sloth. The 1-2 punch not really working outside the core really, really fast and out of the hands of Ivory as quickly as it was in their hands, at least. The bottom side coming in the Maelstrom working its magic there, but nothing is found just that the core is too fast for any member to try to get a hand on it as the core is bouncing right around. And oh my god, no one's really touching the core there, and soon this point will come to a close, but I don't know which side it will be on. Sloth wasting the flip on his own as Ivory still somehow just can't get the core into their own hands, and then taking a lot of damage there as the core finally slips in. I mean, holy god, that was a very long point.
Very long, very fast. Again, very damage heavy, but not quite finding any kills on either side. We'll have to see if that's gonna change this point.
Well,
Donker's finding a very easy first barrier. The second one quite quickly. Flip just barely not going through 3 people, but Siphon with the shotgun just puts it into the bottom corner there.
Yeah, and just the speed is just, I mean, I've talked about it so much, but with the amount of speed they have, everyone on the other team has so much speed. I mean, 800 speed when Sloth pops, and then 700 for Scythe once he actually collects it is so disturbing. I mean, the fact that they're able to get 2 barriers this quickly is actually incredible. The banish coming out, not really finding anything as Scythe did flip and evade away as Ivory Lies take the first barrier as well, and they just have to win a couple of strike wars, but the speed from Donkers is proving too much. The core instantly gets rotated away as Sloth loses the second barrier too. The flip coming up from Ivory will be taken out by Sloth's Maelstrom as he gains a flip from that interaction too, and the cards have been completely flipped for wild cards at this very moment as Ivory look to try to get back on their feet with the play, but Scythen proving too much of a deal, dribbling away from Ivory as he checkmates Sloth with the pendulum swing to bring them back up into the lead.
Another set point here this time for Wildcard, but energy-wise we're leaning a bit towards Lockdown. We'll have to see if Sloth can actually capitalize on that or not. But right now it's a very early attack from Lockdown again. Donkers just trying to get that first barrier there. Siphon almost being taken out by the Banish, not quite.
Looks good for now. Damage still being really forced onto Scythen and Dunkers though, but again, no real kill being found. I might just cast a curse to get another knockoff KO for Lucas as they have been riddled with cast curses left and right now as Ivory take the top barrier off of Sloth, and that's maybe what they need. It could convert here very easily as they do take one barrier for their troubles as Donkers does come back online. Second barrier being found now as they look to take the set for their own as the core just can't seem to come back on the other side. Nero doing a great job taking away from Donkers. The banish onto Scythen keeps him out of the play as Lucas with the rune. He's just in the mix of things as Nero cleans it right up from Sloth and Donkers' speed, proving too ADHD-like for both of them. Lets Nero sink it right into the middle of the field as Ivory takes the MVP and has a lot to choose from. Ad Rush, build different heavy impact, even Big Fish on the cards for the Rasmus.
Probably seeing build different or Big Fish here just to gain Big Fish getting even bigger in size. Going with the Hotshot on Ricard just to speed the core up more. I would expect to prime him on the Estelle. No, they're going for heavy impact. They're trying to just kill Lockdown at this point.
The kills, I think only 2 have been found so far, so might not be their win con, even Ad Rush not being picked up for either team. But look at Ivory's HP, very, very chunky Rasmus on the field right now as the Speedsters still keeping forward. One banish being found, actually not really getting Scythen there as Donkers flip, and now the KO are now being the ones being KO'd at least. 3v2 power play now. Striker being won from Scythen and Speed doing so much to make sure that they can't have any possibility of bringing it back. And Lockdown with a statement to answer. Speed still reigns supreme in their territory.
Siphon just so easily able to get into position for all of these shotguns. As soon as he's set up, it's pretty much just in there. Once again, Dunker's trying to get the first one, taking a good chunk of damage there. They still managed to hold it down on the wildcard side. Lucas very dangerous on the defense now with the Timeless Creator from last draft, just able to lock down a lane quite easily now.
The collapsing from both Scythen and Dunker is so oppressive, especially on that top corner at least when Nero was defending there. But they do take that second barrier that is very nice for Ivory to get the stun off of Sloth. Beautiful death touch there, keeping Sloth away from the core. And that brings them one step closer to taking this Night Market away from them and forcing a Game 3.
Yeah, Lockdown really has to just lock in now and capitalize on their speed if they still want to turn this around. Because right now Wildcard is just very dominant as Ivory gets it completely around Sloth to take the second barrier there. They're trying to push up. Donker's once again looking quite low. Might actually just get KO'd here in a moment, but so far keeping it up. Lucas locking the bottom lane down again here with a creation. Siphon sitting on a flip here. The question is how is he gonna use it.
Definitely a lot of energy on the side of Lockdown there. Not really using it, that the corner offense still working its metric right now. Donkers and finally both barriers being found. And Scythen with another kill on the cards there. Donkers taking up the mid speed gate as well as having a lot of speed trying to get the Scythen there, but the core not really finding its mark there. Lucas taking it away and keeping the stall. Power play going as a flip comes in online. Nero panicking. Really nothing to defend it as Donkers takes it to the bottom side and takes another point of their own, try to force a set 5 and keep the comeback going at least. But right now, they're still a little bit far away from it. They have to work to take this last point away from the side of Wildcard, but they're losing a barrier on their own. The stun, I mean not the stun, the banish yet again, doing so much damage on the Donkers there, not really having a lot of energy, makes it really rough for them, especially since they expended all 3 just a moment ago, and Nero getting blocked out with his own flip too, not really making the situation a lot better for them right now.
All the flips burn on Team Lockdown, not really having gotten much out of them. The energy advantage now slightly leaning towards Wildcard, but still a very open game. But it does seem like Wildcard doesn't want this to go to a set 5. They just want to lock this down now and go to game 3. And so far they're holding Donkers and Siphon back quite well, especially Lucas just with the creations on the barrier. They're saving it completely. Donkers will find it in the end though, and so the net's open for them to actually score and bring this to an equal match point. Set point.
Match point for one, set point for another right now. The core still sliding around, I think, as the pillar knocks it right back into Donkers and says at a really obscene angle, and so all of a sudden we're seeing a set 5 here in a very, very weird fashion. Wildcard's map pick not really be okay, but we'll take it into a game 5 at least, and not really looking too good for them as Donkers picks up his 3rd spark of the game. He picks up the spark of focus, and this guy's going to be out of control at this point. He's already at the max scaling option for him, and the damage can't seem to get any worse. If Wildcard wants to stop the bleeding right now, they have to win the very, very extremely early game, because if they stall for too long, the scaling from the other side of Lockdown will be too heavy to comprehend with the pressure and everything being thrown to the cards right now. Lucas having to take the demolition and try to get some cooldowns off to try to keep the core away, as they do take the initial speed gate though. I like the speed gate, and the double banish coming in too! The Cast Labs doing so much work as it keeps Sloth away, as they're now down both barriers at the core. Fires another 2 barriers too! Such a quick point, only like 15 seconds in, and every barrier's been taken. I mean, straight up, it's a very, very high stakes game right now. Every ability being dumped right now, and Nero kind of just trying to making sure that the core just can't get there. Ivory taking a big chunk of damage right now, as Sloth has the flip now. A lot of damage still being brought onto Ivory, as they're looking very, very low. The hook coming onto Sloth doesn't find its mark as they find the first KO of the set. The flip coming online as a 3v2 power play for a Wildcard is on right now, as Ivory wins the strike war against Sloth. It's good for them as they take the first set onto the top side.
First set onto the top side. Even with the extra speed that Sloth provides with explosive he just picked up, they still don't quite capitalize on it. Wildcard's also very much in the lead energy-wise now, as Lockdown loses their first barrier right away again. Donkers trying to get one, but Flip just denying him there. Oh, and both! Donkers almost getting kicked out. Siphon half there. Managing to get the orb, but still so much damage coming from the side of Wildcard here.
Very beautiful stuff at this very moment. The pillars from Lucas doing a lot of work, keeping the core where it needs to be, and it allows Ivory to set up for these very impressive plays. And Titan and Donkers, they're looking to take 2 barriers on the bottom side too. They find both as well, as their ability on the flip here. Donkers just running around like a mad lad at this very moment. Strike war from being won gets deflected away from Ivory's there as the banish comes online. Titan desperately trying to keep Donkers away from the pillars of doom. But right now, the core is still on the other side. A couple strike wars just need to be won. Nero defending with his life at the very moment, as somehow the core doesn't want to go in just yet. Lucas gaining a flip from that. We'll pop it, and we'll send it to the top side. Beautiful find from Lucas to bring this to match point for a Wildcard as they look to try to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, Wildcard just 1 point where beautiful angle on the flip. And Lucas's creation just holding the goal down so well, because they just stay around for so long if Lockdown doesn't counter him. But instantly, as we're talking about him, Lucas just gets taken out completely as Lockdown finds the bottom barrier and is trying to find the top one now.
Good passing plays from Scythen and Donkers. Very, very nice, especially as they try to capitalize and bring it back and try to keep their hopes and dreams alive of having a very nice return to the grand finals as Donkers slides it in with the barrage. Beautiful placement from him, and so far the scaling is coming online right now. 32 cooldown for Donkers at any given time, and notice, and of course 900 speed once he pops the era, and also pops his own secondary too. Just makes him such a speedster, and of course that amount of speed makes it that much harder for Ivory and Boss to capitalize. But right now, they're in the lead at the very moment. The energy still on their side at this very moment. And if they can just seem to get the corner, Ivory who finds another kill, by the way. It's looking very, very nice for them to take this home. 3v2 power play now online for Wildcards to take the second barrier to the pillar, outsmarting Sloth. Yet again, the banish onto Scythen. The kill not being found. The kill finally being found at least as Nero with the flip sends it to Lucas. It's deflected by Donkers right now as it could come to a very end. Ivory doing his best to try to keep the core away and into the corner, but the defense, the 2v3 still holding on, but Ivory finds a strike on Sloth. And that's the game for Wildcards. They bring it to a game 3, and boys, we're heading out to the Taiko Temple.
Let's go. Yeah, Sloth just doing everything to hold on to that last goal there, but just not able. I feel like especially Lucas was very instrumental there with the pillars, just locking down the lanes, holding down the goal, especially during the corner offensives. What do you think? What was like the most instrumental player in this game right now?
I think that I feel like Lucas was very nice in terms of just keeping the core away and giving it right to Ivory. And Ivory did a very, very nice job just capitalizing whenever he could. So good offensive work from there. And of course, it shows in the redirect count, of course. Every player getting above 200 and Nero having the most there, moving the core back and forth. And the way that they were taking a lot of these interactions against Sloth was very, very beautiful, especially a lot of these checkmates and in turn, how they were bringing it away from Sloth, and then they had to deal with the speed from Scythen and Donkers, and they did keep the damage in check, so I want to see last game from them, but this time around, they did manage to take it away, and it's very nice to see, especially when you're at a loser's finals like this, and you want to win that prize. I think 36 years up for grabs, smile, very, very beautiful stuff, as we're on Taiko Temple now. A lot of things can go wrong on that map in particular. Very, very scary.
Going into Taika with both missile propulsion and hotshot here, so this is gonna be another very interesting game, potentially a very KO heavy game again, depending on if we see another Estelle or something similar, or another Rekar, of course. But
very, very scary. On the part though, a lot of the bans that we could be seeing could come out very, very soon. It's very, very scary.
Seeing how much lockdown seems to favor the car, I'm very much expecting that to get banned here, especially with the missile propulsion. I feel like that's just a bit too scary to go into here. What else are we what are we expecting from lockdown as a ban here?
Lockdown ban wise, I mean that rune was very, 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 very nice. It was very good. I mean, lockdown goalies are not gonna. Well, they are very calm on this map, so. Maybe forcing Nero onto a much range pick, potentially. That could probably happen. I don't see it not happening, but of course there's still a lot of picks you can have on this map, so I wouldn't really be too surprised if nothing like that comes online.
I am expecting that we could see the rune again, especially paired with Hotshot, because that worked very well for Team Wildcard last game, so I could see them just running that back. Atlas is getting banned as a first pick here, right? From lockdown.
I love finals. Very, very scary. I have no clue. Okay, there we go. That's coming in right now, at least for the meantime. Atlas and the Juno being banned. So, of course, Juno Hotshot being a very good map, and of course, I think the Alice ban is definitely deserved at this very moment. Alice having two of probably his bisses, I think. Well, not his biss, but one is his biss at least. I think, in my opinion, at least. The hotshot being very, very good for him. So very scary at least. Lockdown still being on the blue side. They have a lot of picks to choose from. The Asher coming on for Sloth, and of course, Scythen on. I think the Centauro. And of course,
Centauro.
Yeah, Dunker's on the Estelle. And of course, the Rune coming out yet again for Lucas. I mean, balls with balls go hand in hand. What can I say?
The Rune worked well for them. They will try to run that back. Wildcard's also taking the Drakkar just to take that away from Lockdown that should be an interesting pick to see. And finishing up with a Kai with with the extra range from missile propulsion, that should definitely be a dangerous pick on here as well. Who are we expecting to see in the goal? Is that a wild card here? I think for Lockdown, it's definitely going to be the Asher. What do you think for wild card?
Actually, kind of unsure for that one. It's been interesting. I really have to say here. A lot of the picks that we've seen so far is very, very interesting, I think. I mean, they're definitely warranted, especially with how their teams are selected. But again, I think Nero this time is going to be on the Kai, and with the way that Scythen's been playing, and Donkers at least, is going to be very, very heated match, especially with Core Control still being very, very prominent here. Just a slight little bit of a slight disadvantage, but I really want to see what happens with the Drakkar. The Drakkar pick is going to be very, very instrumental to see whether or not we see a lot of these wins and losses come out. I think, well, probably Ivory's going to be playing this Drakkar, so I am looking to see whether or not they can capitalize against Sloth on the Asher. It's going to be very, very hard to, at least, because again, even with Missile Pop, you're not really, as the brawler playing Drakkar, it's going to be it's still going to be very, very awful to try to get it through an Asher, especially since you don't really have any like core moving abilities other than just stuffing the core and sliding it into a straight file line. So it'll be interesting to see how they come up with this.
Yeah, Drakkar definitely going to be a very instrumental pick here, either with the stuffing or even with just getting shotgun kills in those tight spaces around the main bongo in the middle. We do see, obviously Sloth with Asher in the goal, and for wildcards we'll have to see where we land with that.
Yeah, Nero Kai, kind of expected that one. Pretty good.
Nero Kai, Drakkar, Ivory on Drakkar, obviously with the missile propulsion. And on Team Lockdown, just hotshot on all three members. Alright, this is going to be a lot of records.
The hotshot 1, hotshot 2, hotshot 3.
As Donks and Ivory just kind of stare at each other around the core for a moment before they actually decide to play, as both teams very quickly use the barrier, and Ivory right away showing how dangerous Drakkar can be on this map, as he gets a very quick kill there.
You Detroit said hello right there. Definitely very nice kill from Ivory, setting up the power play and gave the core away. And Scythen looking very, very low. In fact, not really too good for him, at least, as the Luke tries to go for the kill. We'll find it now, and the power play is extended right now. The 2-second barrier as well, as the kills and the KOs finally coming online for a wild card. I talked about this earlier in the first game, and now they've seemed to finally get their footing together. As Scythen does come back online, though, but Donker still have 50% HP in the core. Not really in their favor right now. Lucas ping-ponging with Scythen at the very moment, as Ivory looks to take it back and win it around, as Lucas has to TP away from the play. As the core still doesn't really seem to be on the side now. Overtime on the cards now is going to be a very, very hotshot game at this very moment, as the core doesn't really seem to find its mark on the second barrier, as well as Scythen, again, banished to the Shadow Realm, will be knocked around, as the core is too fast for Sloth. The old man timing doesn't work out for him, as Lucas finds the first point to the bottom corner.
Core just going on a merry-go-round ride, just going right past Sloth, even with the flip, putting the energy advantage squarely towards wildcard right now. Once again, we're already seeing Lucas being very instrumental to the defense here with the pillars, just holding everything down. Ivory almost getting a kill if the bongo hasn't been there to stop him. Lucas now with flip life uses it right away, but only ends up taking their own barrier. And Scythen trying to actually get a kill. They're trying to get a power play for themselves going.
Yeah, the getting jail at a free card for Lucas only worked out once, as Dockers didn't find the kill. Now Ivory having to flip for the defense there. We'll find the second barrier from Sloth, though. It's very good to see as Scythen and Dockers look to try to win back this offense right now, because they're down in numbers right now. Ivory with the back with the shotgun to the backside. Won't find any value there as Scythen and Donkers look to take up this bottom corner. Right now, the damage is looking very, very good for both teams, at least. Flip coming out, and Ivory still very, very low. In fact, I even get an orb there, and that's to try to just sit in the box and just take all these abilities for free. And Donkers, I think it was something that sets it right up, but what a play from him, sealing it up and tying it up in this very, very close game 3, at least. It's a very big slugfest from what I'm seeing so far.
perfectly placed secondary there just to put it in the top corner. Yeah, a lot of damage going on, a lot of confirms from both sides so far. It's gonna be interesting how that's gonna evolve. Right now, Siphon doing a lot of damage to Lucas there. A flip casting off the bottom barrier, sadly. But so far, right now, Lockdown does have the advantage in this point. Especially Lucas has to be careful here now.
She comes out wide. Doesn't really find anything on Donkers, though, but does take him extremely low damage, being prevalent in both game plans for today. And, of course, Nero and... Oh, my God. I mean, that guy just got monstrously, like, evicted out from the goal box, at least. As Ivory and Balls have the power play. Rune Pillar finding a second barrier, too, as Ivory and Balls look to connect here on this offense together. As Donkers does come back online now, the power play getting extinguished for the meantime, as Nero has to burn the flip there. As they're taking still very low, though, the damage working out. It's kind of just like taking out one member of each cast and saying, you just can't play for a little bit. All good. Oh my God, the ball, what a play!
What's the flip? Slav just having to burn his own to keep this point somehow alive, and it just rolls past him anyway. As a very unlucky bounce for Team Lockdown there. Slav having to burn pretty much everything just to keep it going and being left with nothing to actually defend against the coming attack.
Insane diver Scythen. Definitely a W pass from him, at least. I think he tried to go for the pass to Donkers and just couldn't seem to find it there. And of course, this sets up Wildcard with a very good chance to take this first set here. And Ivory, Liza, and Balls getting stalled out with their flip. There's a core. Can't seem to really find the top barrier. We'll find their own top barrier, at least, as Scythen gets sent to the Shadow Realm. I mean, that guy just got extinguished, literally, for a couple of moments. There's a double banish, comes online, another double banish for Lucas. Gets that second barrier as well, but Donkers still has flip, though. As Scythen comes back online, they can look to try to set up this top corner here as Scythen tries to get it to the Donkers, at least to try to burst for the flip, or at least burst for the barrier there. As Ivory comes up with flip on his own, the shotgun blast. Not really fighting against Smart flip coming online, but it is stopped out by Sloth, though. He's been holding really well in this off, except for the parts where his teammates somehow seem to throw. And Nero burning his own flip doesn't really help the case, in fact, as it lets Scythen and Donkers walk up a little bit further and have to take more advantages on their own there, as overtime does come onto the cards, and they still have one barrier left to fight for.
Sloth just holding onto this goal for T1, but another very unlucky bounce going for him, and Lucas is just there to capitalize on it right away. Again, we've already seen Drekker so very dangerous on this map with the shotgun. Lucas very instrumental to the defense there with the pillars. And now we're going into a very interesting draft. There's a few good damage things there. How are you feeling about this, Kyo?
A lot to pick here. Asher getting the Mighty Colossus to be very, very nice for Sloth. So true of how much damage he could be doing right now, and it just seems that this draft is really looking good for the other side. I mean, Stinger not being picked up is a little bit of a fraud, but it's okay. I mean, if you wanted more damage, you could just take it from Sparks here. But I like the scaling from Donkers, I think. He took speed, and I think that's going to be very nice for him, especially since he is very good at maintaining that speed and making sure that his speed is being used over the map as a double banish comes out now. And of course, with the addition to not really having a lot of speed, or at least having a lot of speed, it means that you can be able to get out of moments like that almost, but now wasn't really the right time for that, as Ivory, Lies, and Balls 441 are looking to take away another point for them. The missile prop is not really working out for his favor, doesn't really connect to anything, as Donker is looking extremely low, though. Allows Smith to get the core, or get at least his body away from the play right now, but it only seems like a matter of time before Ivory Lies finds the corner into Sloth, and it's looking like a sweep in terms of how much damage they're doing. At least Donker is not really having an answer to the amount of damage he's been taking.
Lockdown just kind of forced to play passively so they don't die constantly. And Ivory, the invisible lizard, just being exactly where he needs to be when he needs to be. A very aggressive push from Sloth here with his flip as well. They find both barriers, and Siphon burns the flip. Even double pillars can't hold that anymore. A very nice shot.
W Siphon for reading the play, at least from Lucas there, even having to step back and TP away. It was kind of nice to see that he was able to get that, especially and completely mind-boggled Nero, at least for the moment, as they look to try to take a set away, but so far the damage and the double barrier. I mean, a question mark? All good. The corner, not really got a Nero walking up as well. Has to burn his own flip as Donkers again taking extremely low too, and not really it's not really a clear moment to see when he will live there, but he doesn't live, and now it's 2v3 power play for a wild card there. Is it looking to be the wild card of this matchup for the moment, as Ivory Lies has flipped. We'll send it right to Balls there. We'll have the banish in touch. Sloth has to burn his own flip as the core goes merry-go-round across the entire map, as Ivory Lies has to the flip. We'll try to send it to Sloth. Won't find it though, but the shotgun blast also not finding its mark II was almost a good play, but Sloth manages to keep it away for the meantime as overtime comes in just a few moments, but it doesn't even matter. Overtime isn't needed there as Balls 4 for 1 finds a clean rune pillar to send it right past Sloth.
Lucas just playing it very clean with the pillars, playing it very disruptively, and again, it's especially it doesn't seem like Lockdown really has an answer to the amount of damage they're taking. Like, all they can do at the moment just seems to be running away and hiding, which just gives Wildcard so much more presence and pressure overall.
Beautiful stuff from Ivory, as they've been keeping Donkers in check for the most part. Even Lucas there keeping Donkers away from the play. Scythe is trying to maybe make the enforcing happen as you try to KO Ivory, but somehow he doesn't die off of the bounce off, and that allows Sloth, and somehow it's Donkers the one being killed as another power play is set. Now the bounce doesn't really work out in his favor as Ivory slides it right in to the top slit as he take another set away from Lockdown, and all of a sudden Lucas winning a lot of these interactions. W Chikar moment there as he has a lot to take from a Monumentalist, Twin Drive. A lot to work with right now.
I believe we'll see Almoni and Lucas. Oh no, we're going prime time. We're going even more pillars. All right. I mean, there's another spark here for Donkers to take. That might be the play for them here. Hope they win this one. Hope they can scale some more.
It's the night away from Donkers though, so you won't be able to have any counterplay off of that. As the Jakar is looking very, very beefy in terms of damage at this very moment. 1-2, and of course, the missile pop being very good for his kit just allows Ivory to deal that much more damage, and that's what's making it matter right now. Double banish again coming out for Balls. He's been finding each one of these extremely quickly as they look to keep up this bottom side offense here. Ivory taking very low, but so is Donkers though. Donkers not really being the one to really call the shots at the very moment, as he does find a good opening to try to kickstart this play onto the bottom corner though. Both barriers only one barrier being found. It bounces extremely weirdly as the Giga Blast does send the core right back into Sloth's hands as he looks to try to take up this bottom barrier offense right now.
Ivory winning the strike, where they're finding the bottom barrier. So far, still very dangerous with the shotgun. Again, Lucas just with the pillars, keeping it forward, making it almost impossible for Lockdown to really get out of their own goal area here.
Very nice from Lucas. It's the bottom corner of the top corner at least for the Taiko balance is completely found, and it completely bamboozles Sloth there. And again, it is looking not really good for them at this very moment. Lockdown have a lot to come back into, especially with the scaling in proportion to Scythen at least. Scythen has a flip though. Will burn out Nero's, but it is deflected by the pillar of Lucas. 4-4-1 right now as Ivory comes with a flip of his own, as the bottom corner is being a little bit abused in the meantime, as Ivory tries to kickstart this off though. Both barriers being found, being kept right in the good spot. The double McDouble being found for wildcards. They look to try to take this to match point, but right now a lot has to be done there. The kill is a start to all good things. The power play is ongoing now. Double banish being found. We'll find a barrier for the troubles. The KO is found though. 2v2 now, but now will become a 2v3 as Sloth clears it away. Ivory Lies coming back onto the gridiron at this very moment as Balls looks to try to outsmart Sloth and outstrike for him, but now we're back to a 3v3 position. And Lucas has been doing so well in terms of just keeping the core away. You mentioned earlier how they just can't seem to get it out of their own goal box, and it is becoming true the few moments that they can do it. Might not be enough for them to keep it out, and of course Nero having the core speed is making it this much harder for Balls, and he's not Balls, but for Sloth to try to keep it away from Scythen. as he looked to try to take the 1v1 versus Nero, but just can't seem to find it.
Another advantage. Siphon having to burn the flip there just to keep the attack going, but just a very clean shot from Lucas again. Sloth just having not enough speed to catch up with that, and we are on both the match and the whole game point now, as Wildcard needs one more goal to actually close this out and proceed to the finals.
Beautiful turnaround for a Wildcard. It didn't seem like they were in it game one, but now they're in the driver's seat. They have a lot to choose from now, as Siphon, Donkers, and Sloth are on their final breath. First Spirit being found, second Siphon taking extremely low because of Ivories, and of course Sloth still has the flip to work with, but again, with one barrier being found, he has to get extremely good to try to get Siphon that chance to score here. First barrier being found now as Lucas and Ivory look to take the top side here. Banish again coming out. Sloth has to burn the flip, and the core just not really being in the right spot at Sloth at all times, and it allows them to open the go barrier. Now Donkers and Siphon trying to breathe their last breath. The second barrier is found now as Ivory takes a lot of damage and tries to give it to Donkers at this very moment. Flip coming, not really coming out yet though. Balls and Ivory having to try to look here. They find the KO, and 2v3 power play could be what sparks the comeback right now, but the core just can't seem to find its mark quite yet. Nero still holding on to his last breath. 2 flips now for Donkers and Siphon as Lucas comes back online, and the core hitting overtime now. The red core is coming in clutch here. The first being found, not being found onto Siphon, doesn't really find any value as Donkers is banished there, and now Ivory lies the balls. They're working up together, and finally the core is sent right in with a pillar as Wildcard, being the wildcard they are, they make it to the grand finals and face Voss.
A very dominant game for Wildcard. It felt like Lockdown didn't really have an answer for Lucas on Rune. Just the pillars, both on offense and defense, so instrumental. Ivory so deadly with the Drekar. Very, I mean, we're looking at 3 kills on Ivory. Actually, we're looking at 4 on Lucas, which I didn't actually notice him getting that many, but yeah. They found the KOs this game. They struggled with the KOs first game. They found them this game, and it's a big part of what won them this third map here.
Yeah, very, very good comeback for Wildcard. As they face Voss in the finals now, these teams haven't met yet, so it will be a very, very big banger coming your way. But for now, we'll send it to a little break. We'll catch you guys out of it with 2 new casters in your area.
There we go. Enjoy the last game, everybody. Have a great evening.
Okay, welcome back all to Grand Finals of Taiko Turmoil number 2. We're seeing a matchup between Vass and Wildcards. Vass coming out of Winners Final with a pretty convincing 2-0 over Lockdown, whereas Wildcards having to scrap their way all the way through losers through some very tough teams to get here and hopefully angle for the bracket reset. I feel like this is going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, these two teams haven't matched up at all yet, so it'll be interesting to see like how things are taken, because as you said, yeah, Vass had a pretty convincing 2-0 against Lockdown, but Wildcard fought their way through and kind of was able to also end up taking down this Lockdown team, so it's really interesting to see how these two teams end up matching up here.
We're getting into the map selection. I believe that's going to be a Atlas Lab start. I don't have the bands on my screen. Do you have the bands?
Yeah, so it is a heavy impact quick strike start, and we are seeing Estelle and Vice bands, which very understandable. Estelle very strong, Vice very strong, both love heavy impact. And we're seeing actually a pick one Amy here. So another character that is really going to dominate on a heavy impact start.
Vass naturally locking in the Kazan. Even in spite of no size start, Kazan just being such an oppressive pick on this map, able to do so much in corner. And I feel like the win con for Wildcard is just not letting that fellow scale to the best of their ability, keeping him weak, keeping him small, and hopefully maybe killing him. I'm seeing the Fini lock in coupled with the Zentaro means there will be a bit of damage flying out, especially with the heavy impact.
Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see, because like the big battle for this Kazan is going to be just living. Can you live? I mean, I assume it's going to be quick strikes Kazan, you know, kind of trying to be dominant with your pointed strike, trying to get that size. If you can get like big fish and like other stagger weight things, Kazan is just a problem that you can't get rid of.
For sure. No matter how many buttons I press as a lockdown goalie, you know, he's still always got one more than me. So yeah, very tough matchup into that Kazan, especially on the lab, known to be his best map, Asterisk.
Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting, because this does definitely seem like more of a damage heavy comp with your like Zentaro Fini. You can just explode, and Kazan may have escape tools, but actually, I mean, Kazan and Room both have really good escape tools to kind of avoid this type of damage, but the thing is, this is just one, we're not even like past first set and there's already heavy impact on the board. Everyone's
Right.
going to be doing damage, everyone's going to be hurting.
Right, and it's like I feel like the big benefit of playing Kazan, especially on this map, is he can get up in your face, but if he's being constantly forced back or forced to use his abilities not to stuff but instead to run away, then he's kind of ineffectual at that point. You're not getting any Kazan utility, you've just got a liability on the field, or if not a liability, just like a sitting duck that can't actually help you score. So I think building survivability or otherwise just being able to dodge the damage which will surely come his way is probably going to be the win com for Vass coming into this first game.
Yeah, most definitely. And you gotta wonder, how many people are going to be taking quick strikes in this game? Because quick strikes gives you less energy than you normally get off your strikes, which now that it's been buffed a little bit, you know, it's not as big of a deal, but it's still a noticeable difference in energy in a game where you need to survive.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know who would take quick strike here, frankly. Maybe Rune, but even in that case, I feel like you're just putting yourself at a perma disadvantage, especially if everyone else is locking in heavy impact. Then I feel like any extra utility you get out of clicking like 0.3 seconds faster is just completely outweighed by how absolutely mogged you will be in energy economy. I feel like this is almost like a mandatory heavy impact lock-in across the board, just given the characters that have been selected.
Yeah, I think it's most likely going to be quick strikes Kazan. I'm really wondering if the Fini and the Kai are going to take it, because Kai does benefit with like Giga Blast, and that is a noticeable difference because that ability is really strong. It scales very fast with extra knockback, but you love quick strikes on Kai. It gives you more, you know, like especially if you go like slicks, you're getting so much speed. You're like able to have so much more of an effect on the field. And that can be really beneficial if like your brawler and like your goalie, or like your Fini and your Zen just in general are just playing more damage. Kai can kind of take over the game on the power play.
Yeah, that is actually a valid shout. I think I'm just not. I feel like this Kai is a very squishy character. It's can he stay alive long enough to actually establish and leverage the core control? That not too sure. I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out set one.
Yeah, and we are loading in here. It is going to be the I'm the goalie, which does make a lot of sense. A lot of damage on the back line here, so it'll be really interesting to see if how long people are going to be able to live, especially on the start where it's actually heavy impact on everyone, which makes a lot of
Call
sense.
me Nostradamus. Call me Nostradamus. Everyone's locked it in.
Yeah, Vampires on both of the brawlers is very, very important to note here.
For sure. And we have instant damage onto Venom. Venom already being forced onto the back foot. That said, Ivory also in a very rough situation. Alex just trying to hold it down, win the interaction in midfield there. We do see the first barrier taken, and simultaneously Venom being forced completely out of the game. Avery with a slight whiff on the Zentaro primary there, allowing Venom to live on. Nero caught with a bit of the overextension there, losing that bottom barrier, but all good. Energy Gravity Well looking very dangerous here, but it is not stepped on by a member of either team, allowing both people to survive. Ivory hanging on by a thread. Venom missing the pillar, missing another pillar onto Ivory, allowing them to get back into this game. Alves trying to make it all happen on his own in this corner, but the triple defense of Red Team allowing the ball to squeak out there. Alex with a really good take on the barrier with Glitch Pop, though. Another explosion of the central gravity well. Ivory still on level 1, not getting any sort of ult value, still in managing to take barrier in spite of that, and we are seeing a lot of damage on the board in this first game.
Yeah, so much damage being thrown out. There seems like 5 barely missed KOs, but 1 is finally taken here as Venom putting up to Alps here, who can't find the barrier as an incredible 2v3 defense, but with Ivory banished, they still do hold on here as Venom pushing with Alps into this top side, but it's cleared by now for Lucas. Nero holding on, Ivory able to get this clear. The damage is kind of slowed down as the overtime speed is just taking over the game here.
For sure. Killing also decidedly taking over the game. Alex not caught out by that stall by Ivory, managing to find a really good clear off the top barrier there, a bit of a Soren angle, also managing to snub it out with the Glitch Pop, not quite going to go in there. Unfortunate angle to not confirm. Fini ult stacking some damage onto Venom, but not enough to kill. Portal once again looking dangerous. Alves just operating in that area of ultimately getting hit. Blue team not looking too good in the stagger department, but Alex not too hurt himself, trying to hold down this 2v1 with all his abilities, but ultimately the first goal is going to go the way of Wildcard in this set.
Yeah, incredible passing play to kind of finish off that power play as Venom just couldn't really get into the play being staggered, but Lucas here, I think is 1 energy short of an evade, and we'll see if that matters getting into this point here.
I think it is going to matter. I mean, look at all these hitboxes flying. Alv is already reduced to basically atoms, though I think getting an orb pickup there to not be completely on his last legs. Alex finding a really good out clear here. Triple defense on the part of blue team. Oh, but geez, yeah, that is a lot of damage coming in. Neither barrier falling, but eventually bottom being taken. Fini hijinks happening in midfield, and just like that, Nero is reduced to atoms by, I believe it was a Kazan ultimate there. So now power play on the part of blue team, looking to try to capitalize, but being held pretty well. Nero is now back on the board. Alves doing his best to try to win the 2v3 essentially, and making it work. We are now in a bit of a neutral state, but pressure transitioning back onto the left side of the field, but Alex picking up a really good kill there, once again establishing a power play. Really good ban by Venom too, and just like that, he slots it in for 1 apiece on this first set.
Yeah, an incredible push up there by Alex to get kind of a vertical positioning on Ivy here, and that is a really good way to kind of capitalize. You know, Venom rotating back to kind of help out on the defense while Alex is able to find a KO, and that's just what you need to find me going, and another KO found immediately off of round start.
Yep, Alex is putting in work with this Cyber Swipe. Vass looking to be in a very good position coming into this first point. A really good turret for map control by Alex, cutting off the out clears. There is a melee happening in the mouth of the coal bot corner, but Card manages to get the ball out for the time being, taking a barrier for that matter. Now a very iffy situation in bot corner with the Zentaro ultimately allowing Ivory to tap it in past the 2 relatively hapless defenders there, making it 2-1 on the set.
Yeah, Alex may have been able to evade clear, but it's just there's so much that Zentaro can do with the ult in the corner, especially if the passive up, that there's just not much you can do to prevent it. An incredible save here by Ivory to save Lucas for now, but Affinity with no evade, trying to fight for the orb, does end up getting it here. Actually does a lot of damage back. A lot of brawling back and forth here.
Yeah, this is a fight for survival, as we foresaw, especially with the mutually assured destruction. Grass every single person in lobby taking heavy impact off rip. Somehow Alves managing to survive this onslaught of damage. How long we will be unsure. He's fighting back though. He is not running away, not retreating to corner, continuing to dish out damage onto the members of Wildcard, and ultimately ending up like not too hurt, all things considered. That said, we're in a bit of a reversion to the neutral state here as both teams are just struggling to establish some sort of possession. I guess I cursed it though, because Venom managing to find that tap-in and securing the second goal, putting it to a final point set 1, which could prove very, very vital for the outcome of this game.
Yeah, it seems like Alves is trying to trade damage with Lucas a lot, and that is really beneficial for Alves because Alves has Vambrace, and Vambrace Kazan can stay in the play and do chip damage and strike the core and just heal. And Lucas can't do that with this Finny. So that damage trade is overall really beneficial for Voss, and it is the main reason that they have so much pressure here.
For sure. Speaking of pressure, excuse me, blue team. Sorry, I keep calling them blue team. It's habit. Abs being reduced to their last legs here. But personnel has been equalized. It is a 2v2 for the time being and soon to be a power play for Abs. But ultimately not quite working out for red team there on that pressure. Game slowing down. The Fini ult coming in to try to buy Wildcard some time on that play allows Ivory to get back into the game. We now have another 3v3, a bit of 1v1 in corner, ultimately working out for the side of Avs. Alex continuing to farm corner here, just trying to find that out clear through Alves, ultimately finding it out the other way. Alex dashing in to try to assert some sort of core control in midfield, and just like that, Kazan has exploded once more. That is probably like kill 10 on the set, I would reckon.
Yeah, I mean, you get hit by 2 abilities anywhere close to the ledge, you're dead. But what a dribble by Venom here to get it on Nero, who overcommits trying to get some pressure on the power play. And it's just gone also wrong here for the side of Wildcard, as this first set is just such an advantage to win, especially with the Imi goalie picking first, and the adrenaline rush is on the board. The size for Kazan is on the board. There's so much dangerous stuff here.
What do you think is best? What do you think is best for both teams in this draft? How does this change what each one is angling towards in this game?
Well, I mean, the ad rush, as I said, getting picked up by the Imi here, which makes a lot of sense. And I'm scared of this demolitionist Kazan. Kazan already gets power and healing from just striking the core and hitting people and like playing the core. His strike heals him so much on the core, and now he's getting barriers and getting more cooldowns to heal and do damage with. It's just an endless cycle of like, how do you kill this guy now? As we talked about, he's already scaling so hard.
Yep, I think Kazan doing Kazan things on the Kazan map. I think Avs in a bit of the cruise control going into this second set. I believe they had superior pickups. Alves being able to bully Cards Fini off the field, ultimately, not only away from the orb, but off the field with that explosion of Black Hole in middle. And just like that, we have the first goal on the set with only 30 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, you get taken so low, you don't have to evade, and you're just stuck in the black hole, and Alves slowly approaching, ready to pop it and get that KO, and it's just so much pressure and damage. It's so terrifying, too, because Alex just scales so hard off of KOs, but Alves actually hanging on here, able to survive, he avoids the card, too, and what a live by Alves.
There we go. Yeah, great survivability, continuing to survive. Ivory, and by extension, all of Wildcard doing everything in their power to get this Kazan off the map, but he continues in spite of all the damage coming his way. Venom doing some good layering with Alex in corner, keeping the ball out for the time being. Alves on his last legs, grabbing orb, just about not dying to that flip and being allowed to instead continue to do work in this corner, trying to secure that gate, but Nero holding extremely well with the help of balls, and even Ivory coming back to triple defend at times. Still, could be anyone's point. Both barriers stand in spite of the onslaught of abilities, damage, and striking being thrown the way of both teams. Good redirect by Alex, finding that out clear balls with a really smart ultimate to catch it, though, ultimately meaning that both barriers for Avs have fallen. A lot of red coring happening in the corner, but the situation is dealt with pretty well by the defense. Venom just about being struck around there, but Alex with the smart glitch pop to make sure it does not go in the goal. Kazan doing Kazan things in corner. Venom about to die by the looks of it, unless the Zentaro continues to push offense instead of looking for the kill. Balls instead opting to try to stack damage on Venom, but he manages to evade. Oh, and just like that, again, kind of against the turn of play, Avs is now at a personnel disadvantage relative to Wildcard. Ivory trying to set up the tap in there, but Alex privy to it with the glitch pop, and just like that, Venom coming back from the dead, immediately putting in work, saving that ball because the Alex's cyber slide would not have connected there. And we are seeing a bit of a reversion to neutral. Never mind. God, commentator's curse, I guess. Ball's ult, ultimately giving the ball to Alves, who capitalizes off of it with a brilliant strike just straight into net.
The unfortunate thing with Finny ult, and the reason why so many people own goal with it, is once you activate that ult button to pop it, it has a delay. So, like, balls probably pop the Finny ult, and then the strike from Venom happened right as it happened, but oh my god, these traded KOs! This is such... Like, where did Alex go?
I forgot on the spreadsheet I think his preferred name is just Lucas, but I keep calling
yes,
him
it is
because that's the name on my screen, bro. But all good. Bit of a melee down in the corner here. Things happening, a lot of damage. Alves manages to maneuver around the Zentaro primary with a really well-timed dash, also capitalizing with the open umbrella primary. Alex dishing out everything in his kit to try to keep the ball out of net. Lucas with an ult there, unable to see much success. Venom again on their last legs. Unfortunate black hole explosion, meaning that both forwards on the part of Avs are in a bit of a personnel disadvantage, but Alex holding tremendously well, managing to somehow slide the core past that Fini card to allow the play to continue. Advantage a bit on the side of Avs now, but an unfortunate whiff from Venom, meaning that he is now not looking too good. Speaking of not looking good, out of nowhere, Lucas has now been absolutely robbed of his health bar. Still managing to hold it down in midfield, but playing a bit conservative, playing percentages, trying not to get hit, ultimately setting up that score by Ivory.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned. There's 5 people left without evade on round start. Who's gonna blow up?
Yeah, energy economy in shambles, to say the least. And yeah, I think Alex is looking primed to blow up. But yeah, okay. T-minus 0 seconds. There he goes, reduced to atoms. Still, Venom managing to punish a bit of an overextension by Nero there, taking the top barrier. Kind of being forced to defend with his pillar, not wanting to commit too far forward, especially with no dodge to his name. I think Alex is the only member of Avs with any sort of dodge, which may or may not hold for much longer. Nero managing to shove that through with primary. Ivory trying to set up the tap-in, but not quite managing. Venom might be dead here. No, manages to hang on, but the barrier does not manage to hang on. Then this slides in. I don't know if you can call that a dangle, but it was a pretty devious angle, to say the least. Managing to find that second score, and it is once again 2-2 in this set.
Yeah, that is a nasty bounce off the corner bumper. So hard to read if you're Alex, and they might Wildcard might reverse sweep this set here. They've been incredibly hard pressing on the offense here, but we'll see if they can even hold on with all this pressure coming from Venom and Alves.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, they've been doing about as good as they can given the circumstances. First barrier does fall. Really good pillar by Venom to make sure nothing comes of that flip by Ivory. A bit of a melee in the corner. Again, Ivory being boxed out by that... Oh, excuse me. Imi turret. Alex managing to defend there very well with just strike, I believe. Still a little apprehensive to move too far forward, even though he does have flip, because his teammates are kind of in shambles right now. Good rune banish to buy blue team a little bit of time on offense there. Ivory not looking too good. That said, Venom almost dying there to the Zentaro primary, but should be able to just recuperate with Orb, now a little bit more capable of playing the game. Fini card almost helping with the defense there. Alex trying to shove it up the field. Alves more focused on kill than forwarding, freeing up Alex to push up a little further than it is typical. Oh, and there goes Zentaro. It is a 2v3 for Avs in the... Oh, but never mind. No brawler, no problem. Nero managing to split the difference between the fielders and scoring, securing second set for his team.
That is such an incredible punish there by Nero to save their team. That is such an incredible, like, impressive offense from the side of Voss here, but there was just one opening, and Nero found it, flipped it, and put it in, and got this set, and it's such a good bounce back, especially getting this extra special on your Finny. This is the kind of the damage swing that they need.
Rune Stinger looking little nasty to say the least. Kazan picking up the Stagger Swagger, understandably trying to hold on a little more. I think that is a good pickup. The mobility also does not help. I mean, can't hurt? Yes, that words. The mobility definitely can't hurt. So we'll see how things shake up the second draft. A lot of people getting a lot of good pickups. Most importantly, I think a lot more heads are going to be rolling. I mean, within 5 seconds, we see not only Alves being forced to play corner again, but we also see a goal. This is nuts.
Double ult dropped in the corner for the side of Wildcard, and Balls has the ult again, which the best thing about Extra Special, of course, is you always have your ult on round start, and that's so good for such an impressive ult. That is so much damage from Venom in just one bandit combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alves has spent more of this current set near stagger state than he has healthy. I mean, speak of the devil, here he goes now, but Ivory not looking too great either. Both brawlers ultimately bearing the brunt of the damage from these comps. Still, out of nowhere, Alves manages to find the net there in spite of the triangle defense by red team, and we are one apiece again.
Yeah, there's a really nice output from Alves getting it past Nero before the Giga Blast can go off, and there's an immediate KO and an immediate Adrenaline Rush proc, and there's a turret in the face. What do you do? How do you defend against this?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I'm too noob to have the answer. Nero managing to find a really good flip there to hold on to barrier, but of course no longer having dodge. You don't gotta give them a better invitation to knock you straight off the map than that. Alex and Alves working in tandem to take that barrier there and cutting off the outclear. The power play is over, but his open net still means that card is at quite the disadvantage in that scenario. Alves calling out the down clear read by Nero with primary and ultimately slotting it top corner for that goal.
Yeah, Alex had got 2 KOs, which put his turret on, like, I think an 18-second cooldown or something like that. That's a pretty short cooldown for that turret. Was able to use it twice in like 30 seconds and really capitalize on it.
Yep. Nero holding pretty well, all things considered. I guess a little bit of commentator's curse there because now both barriers have fallen on the side of card. Plus a power play means that, yeah, that was kind of a done deal. Within, what is that, 21 seconds, we see that final point taken for Avs. And like I said, at the start of this set, I think they continue to be in a bit of cruise control. And we'll see if the pickups here in draft can really land the plane.
That is a big fish goes on. And Quick Strikes is back. Is anyone going to take less energy?
Oh boy.
You already don't have your evades enough. Might as well at this point, you know?
Let's see. We'll see if Manu goes not Manu. Timeless Creator goes the way of one of the creationists, which in fact it does. The Finny ult being a little bit scarier. It was already quite scary off rip with that extra special, and now it's big and extra special. So we're seeing if that can stack some more damage / take barriers a little more effectively in spite of the power plays, which seemingly always are going against not red team, card in this current game state. A lot of damage coming out. I'm not even sure what abilities were expended there, but both gates do end up falling. Really good hook mix-up by Alves, sending Nero to the shops, finding that top corner, and within 12 seconds this time, we have the first goal of the set.
That is a big Kazan with big outplays, and there's just not much you can do if you're Nero, even with the quick strikes. Kazan just has more buttons. It doesn't matter. He gets in your face. He's unkillable with Big Fish, Stagger Swagger, and Vambrace. Like, he's in your face. There's nothing you can do about it. He's doing damage while getting the barriers. What are you supposed to do?
I don't know what you're supposed to do. I think the only thing you can do is not let Kazan get to this point, which... maybe it was a little out of their control. Maybe you could say it was just losing in key moments. But I think, yeah, just put the fries in the bag, honestly. I try not to be too deterministic as a caster, but, like, come on, I really don't know what card can do in this situation against this Kazan, which takes up 2 zip codes on his own and can also kill for free. Yeah, this is starting to look a little cursed.
Yeah, they're just so oppressive. Alex is just finding all these kills with Ad Rush. And the funny thing is, there is still 2 sparks left in Final Draft, so even if Voss somehow loses, Venom is near guaranteed a 3rd spark. So
Yep.
it only gets worse if they even hold on here.
Avs managing to outlast that really long Fini ult brilliantly. Ivory once again being forced out of the game. Alex trying to pick up the kill with Glitch Pop, but just about whiffing. In other news, the second barrier has fallen, and Alex getting the goal there with Turret, I believe. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, money. And we see the first win on the board pretty convincingly for Vass.
Yeah, they were just so dominant this first game. It feels hard not to root for them for the next one, but we're gonna have to see because this was so damage focused, and it's just like, I think the moment Alex got Ad Rush, started proccing it like literally twice a point, it just became so hard for them to win. I mean, 6 KOs on Alex, 8 on Alves, and 2 on Venom. They were getting less damage, but they were getting more KOs, so why does it matter?
Right.
Damage doesn't matter if you can't get a kill.
Yeah, I was about to say, talk about efficiency. I mean, every member of Card, with the exception of Nero, out damaging every member of of Avs. I mean, talk about efficiency, because ultimately they were finding KOs extremely well. I think punishing a lot of wall walking, especially with that IME cyber swipe early on, not to mention just capitalizing off of the stagger state that members of Card were being constantly placed into. So all around, just brutal efficiency in terms of KOs coming out of Avs. I mean, Vass. I've been calling them Avs. All
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see what happens with this next game on Night Market, which is a little bit less damage focused. You can get a lot more knockback kills on this map due to it being a lane map, which kind of gives you less. Obviously, there's no space really in the middle to work with on Night Market. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if these teams end up pivoting to something different here.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Night Market map that's really hard to maneuver around, and especially if you can get a striker who can kind of just fill a lane. So we'll see. I mean, we might see more core control, or we could see even more damage. I think it's really going to come down to these starting awakes.
Yeah, as it always does. The awakenings in this game are very impressive and very terrifying. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how things go down here, as it looks like it is a Demolitionist Orb Dancer start. So less damage, some size, which is scary, and then some speed.
Okay. I mean, yeah, demo being a little scary, especially on Night Market. I think a lot of characters can benefit from that. I mean, if we're not seeing a Kazan ban, part of me wants to see, we'll probably see it come again. I think this is also a good lockdown map, especially if you can get that size. So we could be looking at a longer game here, especially on the market. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Night Market games notoriously long, especially with these defensive goalies being able to just shut down some a full lane by themselves, and then you can just have your midfielder cover the other one. And you become really hard to beat, and it'll be kind of interesting to see how these comps are drafted, because there was 2 range goalies here on the side of both teams, right? So it'll be interesting to see if they pivot or continue with their range picks that they kind of excel with. So,
I mean, at times, Alex is so smart with his outclears. He was making Imi look like a lockdown in some situations, is holding extremely well. So, I mean, perhaps for Alex, it's a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing is with that Imi goalie, right? You want to be using your cooldowns on offense, and Alex does just such a good job of winning with just strikes. Makes it so hard to deal with. So, it'll be interesting to see if they stay on that or pivot.
We'll see, I think. Awakenings, not as kill heavy, and if anything, the orbs are going to help with survivability a smidge. I mean, it's also speed gate, not to mention if you can get that as the person trying to survive, I mean, you can get out of there real quick and hopefully dodge some damage. So I think all the additional mobility that's coming out of Game Start might make killing a little more difficult off rip, especially because the size is not built different, or what's it called? What's the Might of the Colossus, that's the one that also makes you kill. No, it's a much more neutral Demolitionist, which makes you bigger, but doesn't quite make you stronger. So I think we're going to see a bit of a slower start, knock on wood.
Hey, all I'm saying is cooldowns equals damage, so you never know. You could take both barriers, get 6 seconds off of your cooldowns. That is a lot of buttons to press, especially for a character like Kazan. So it'll be interesting to see that its demo can still lead to damage, especially as you start drafting those damage awakenings.
Here we got, what is this? Wikipedia in chat. Okay.
Oh, yeah, check out the Wikipedia. I can't speak. Yeah, check it out.
For more
Uh-oh.
info. Whoa, they got everyone locked in on here. By there, I was about to. Why am I marked as Canadian on this
You're marked as
Wikipedia?
American. You're marked as an A.
Oh, but it's like, how come Hurricane just gets to be pure American, and then I'm Canadian and American?
They don't know. They don't know us. You know?
Okay, I'll have you
mysterious.
know, I've never set foot on Canadian soil one time in my life. Hoping to change that. If Canada ever happens, I'll pull up. But no,
Yeah.
this flag's a little inaccurate. Still Wikipedia though. Shout out
Yeah.
Wikipedia. 36 euros up for grabs today, approximately 42 USD. That's enough for. Actually, wait. I was about to say that's enough for like a tank of gas, but isn't gas like expensive in Europe? Because they actually have like functional public transit. Oh, good. I guess it's not.
Hey, you can buy a nice meal with that.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's like wait, what's 36 divided by 3? I'm in statistics, not mathematics, so I don't know how to count. 12. So,
Yeah.
okay, I mean, $12, that's like a sandwich in this day and age. It's
Let's
pretty
go.
good.
That's
I think-
huge.
I think, yeah, there we go. Okay, big money up for grabs. How's draft going? That's-
Draft not tired. We
Go ahead.
are kind of waiting on things right now, so.
Players might be on a little bit of a break, which is understandable. I think this tournament has been going on for 5 or 6 hours at this point, and especially in the case of Wildcard, they've been playing games back to back to slog their way all the way up to this grand finals. So yeah, I mean, understandable that they'll need a minute to recuperate after that one.
Yeah, Wildcard's had an incredible run. You know, it might have slowed down here in this first game, but they can always bounce back. You know, they've proven how strong of a team they are and that they are ready to come and try to take first place in this tournament. So we'll see if they are able to bounce back. I think that this next game will definitely be a lot more closer. It's their map pick after all. It's a lot more chill to start. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if they are able to have this bounce back game.
Right. We'll have their work cut out for them should they win this, especially on Taiko. We could see a repeat of the absolute murder and chaos and destruction that was coming out on that AtLab game, especially if the Awakenings are not too kind to core controller survivability. So I think very good chance we'll see 2 games this series where heads are just absolutely rolling. But this might, maybe, just maybe, will be a little more chill. Will maybe be a bit more W core control, but we'll have to see.
Hey, I like when the core is the one getting hit and not people, you know? I like to see some flashy outplays. Of course you can with KOs, but I'm like, I want to see some cool dribbles and cool outplays. You know, we saw a couple that were pretty cool, but when everyone's dead and staggered and walking away from the core because they can't touch it, you know? It's pretty understandable that, like, there's a lot of space to dribble if you're alive.
Oh yeah, big fan of core control. Make love, not war. I'm someone who's traditionally not killed a lot of people. I'm looking at my spreadsheet now where I log all my games. Half of these maps I average 0 kills a game. So maybe that's just me. But yeah, big fan of core control.
Yeah, I am notoriously known for my Juno outplays. You know, I don't KO people. I don't do that. That's not my thing. I wanna see some dribbling.
I feel like Juno's a bit of a killer, or at least if not a killer, like someone who can set people up for kills if you just bombard them with your slimes constantly and just do chip damage.
I accidentally kill people on that character. It just
I know.
happens. You don't intentionally do it. It just, you drop alt in the corner and somebody blows up, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's the same way with Dubu on Goo. You'll get a lot of kills that are just kind of like collateral damage of defending. Like you're not actually trying to kill, but then they explode, especially if you take Pauldron's off rip. Then they kind of just, they just explode.
Pauldron's Dubu tech has yet to invade Europe, but one day, hey, EU land, I'm pulling up with Pauldron's Dubu midfield. You're not ready. You're not gonna be ready.
Wait, Pauldron's Dubu midfield? How is that possible? I thought Pauldron was the goalie.
No. You don't see the vision. Your goalie.
You do a little bit of a rotate. You do a little bit of switch. Okay. Yeah, I don't think EU is quite ready for that. Well, don't you shrink past the midfield line, or am I bugging?
You do. Holy defense.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be ready for that. I don't think to me that's sounding a bit like a misplay.
I don't think anyone's ready. no one will be ready for the secret
No.
tech stuff.
No, I don't know Euroball like that, but maybe they are. Maybe they've been labbing all these things in the shadows, and I'm just unaware. Let's see. Let's see. Let me check. What's the status report? What? What?
Just banned.
Rune got banned, but I feel like he was the chillest guy that last game. I feel like he was not the problem. Maybe I just don't know enough about the game, but I feel like Rune was kind of just chilling there. Like, he was just tacking on damage when he saw fit, but what do I know?
Rune and Estelle are the bans coming up for both sides here, and an immediate first pick Kai. So brawlers haven't been picked up yet on a size start, which is very interesting. I mean, obviously most brawlers are good on size, but there's some very big beneficiaries of size. I'm mainly looking at your Kazan, your X, and your Rasmus, of course, which are a lot of the times priority pickups here.
Right. I mean, I think I'm with you. I'm a little shocked that there was not a brawler locked in pick one. Would be surprised to not see the likes of maybe an X or an Asher, or perhaps, again, Julie, who's just evergreen on this map. But still, like, yeah, brawlers yet to be locked in, presumably. Yeah, yet to be locked in for either team by the looks of it. Because we see an Era and an Aimi coming out for the first two picks on the part of, excuse me, who is red team? Vass? Yeah, Vass is red team in this situation. Whoopsie daisy. But yeah, Vass and Card both not expanding their brawler picks yet.
Yeah, I mean, the air makes sense, very good on this map, you know, can also mitigate that size or buff your brawler that already loves size, as we see the Rasmus and Atlas here picked up from Card, so a defensive goalie pickup here for the side of Wildcard, and I assume this is going to be, like, either the Aimi or Air goalie here for Vass, so a bit more of an offensive pick, so it'll be interesting to see Lockdown versus... Lockdown, that team's gone, my bad. The Lockdown goalie versus...
The not-lockdown goalie.
The not lockdown goalie. Yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Yeah, this is a very interesting comp heading into this game. I think we're gonna see a lot less damage off rip. I think I stand by that, especially with the Atlas being around to police the cheap kills off edge. Knock on wood. But yeah, we'll see how this shakes out.
It's really interesting to see Zentaro paired with Era. Not something I often see. It'll be kind of interesting to see because Zentaro is... He likes size, you know, he benefits from it, but it's not something like this Kazan who would absolutely love it. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how they end up using Beam, if they're just going to use it to kind of like perma-shrink the Rasmus here, which is really, really unfun to deal with if you are, I assume Ivy here. Not going to be the most enjoyable experience.
For sure. Here we go. Just selecting the characters. Currently, we will be in game very soon.
Yeah, and it is the Aimi goalie here with the Era midfield. So definitely going to be using the beam a lot more to probably end up buffing Alves, which will be interesting to see. I mean, Zentaro, especially with the buff, it is more damage too. That Bewitching Beam, it does a lot of things, and damage is one of them. So it'll be kind of interesting to see this massive Zentaro break through this Atlas potentially.
We see double mag souls coming out from wow, object permanents, Vass there. So I think we're going to see a lot of midfield control from them, just trying to win interactions in the middle of the park and hopefully shove it through. Speaking of which, we were all about core control heading into this game, but two players are currently on their last legs. Alves just about having dodge to his name, but still being forced to play a little conservative there. Now running away from edge, having forced to concede the orb at midfield and coming back to receive in the back. Instead, Ivory following him backwards, still stacking damage to his dismay because Alves cannot really do too much in this scenario to deal with it, not having energy or dodge or anything of that sort. Venom trying to hold on to Flip, not trying to expend it there to survive any sort of corner kill, which ultimately does not come out on the part of Avs. There goes the flip now, used on defense. Ivory still capable of dodging, not so much anymore. Still manages to take the barrier with, I think, a really well-placed primary. Venom not being able to exert much influence in midfield due to the really paltry stagger state that they are in. Coming back for the orb instead of opting to hit the ball, meaning that Vass, I keep calling them Avs, my bad, excuse me. continues to be in control of the game for the time being.
Yeah, wildcard on the kind of defensive end here, but Nero does end up using the flip to clear it for now. Ivory able to save it for now as Balls here is holding on, but the ult here ends up taking it. Alves getting a KO here, getting the barrier. Alex getting a demo proc, can probably use that to have an extra cooldown on this offense here, but Venom just getting it past with the NATO here to take the first point.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of damage. I don't think we're seeing as many conversions just because we don't have particularly good KO finishing characters. I guess we have Zentaro, but Zentaro's honestly bearing the brunt of most of this damage, not really being put in the driver's seat, in the killing seat where he wants to be. We're reverted to a bit of a neutral state after Vass losing their first barrier there. Alex able to recover despite the little bit of a wayward glitch pop, holding on to that second barrier. There goes Atlas. I was so focused on Alex, I didn't even necessarily pick up what happened there, but we do have a power play. Also really good energy economy advantage on the part of Vass right now. 2 flips on the board. Alves looking a little bad, looking more than a little bad now, but the 2 flips still mean that I believe that Vass should be able to hold out on this power play. Really good find by Alex there on the out clear. But Nero equal to it, able to bat it away with that astral projection, meaning that we remain at 1 barrier apiece. Ivory expending flip in the midfield, and now both of the forwards of Wildcard are looking not too good. Neither of them have dodge. Well, now, what is his name? Lucas, not Balls. Lucas able expending his dodge, so now no longer capable of really doing anything to avoid that damage beside contesting speed gate and hopefully managing to run away. Still trying to get into the thick of things here, trying to take that top barrier with primary, not quite succeeding. A little bit of a melee in the top corner. Nero using the secondary a little prematurely, probably just for tempo, but Vass able to scoop it up nonetheless, securing that second point.
Yeah, an incredible play here after Alves ended up getting taken out kind of early in the point. The big thing to note is with Slick Kick Centauro, you actually have like no survivability. So it is very dangerous for Alves to kind of stay on the field, but when he is on the field, he just gets so much value. As we're seeing here, so much pressure, especially if this flip up could potentially find something. Almost goes for a KO here, but Ball's living for now.
There we go. Alves still doing a lot to just try to stay alive. Alex almost hitting the nuts angle with flip there, but Card privy to it, not defending that pretty well. We now see all 3 forwards of Vass falling back to defend this corner against the Rasmus, managing to succeed, but outclear not yet being found, mainly due to how compact Vass currently is on the field. Interesting attempt on the Rasmus ultimate there by Ivory. Kill with Giga Blast coming out. Now, once again, Avs at a personal disadvantage, but they've been able to weather the storm. Previously, not quite there, though. Alex not managing to win that strike war.
Yeah, Ivy just striking first right past Alex. Not quite ready to win that strike war there, as this is the exact bounce back that Wildcard needs. Because, like, if they go down first set again, I just think it's so dangerous, especially against this high damage comp.
For sure. And currently, Vass looking poised to take this point as things stand, winning energy economy for the most part, and also having +1 barrier relative to their adversary. Nero being forced to expend flip there to defend, but ultimately all for naught because the barrier is taken. No dodge from Nero. Despite Lucas flying back to try to provide some help there, not quite successful. The flip managing to convert this first set to Vass.
That was just a dominant offensive pressure there. Alex walking up through the Oni's blade to take this first point here, and there is a lot to love here if you're Imi.
For sure. I think there's a lot to love for a lot of people. We'll see what Kai picks up. Picking up the aerials, trying to win that midfield battle a little more. I mean, he's going to be flying with 5... Well, I guess he won't have the Orb Dancer stack, but he'll have the Mag Souls, the aerials, and the Orb Dancer flying around this midfield, hopefully winning interactions before he gets killed.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to actually see the extra special get to Nero here. Having that ult is going to be really valuable for staying alive, especially for keeping these orb stacks, which Lucas has 5, Nero has 4, and Venom is still only at 1, which once those become fully online, that's a big deal. That is a big speed buff and very noticeable and can really change an offense.
Alves managing to press button successfully, taking that first barrier. There's a lot going on top lane right now. Card knowing they cannot hit that cross clear because it will just be scooped up by Alex's dash. Venom being forced out of the play for the time being. Nothing coming of it though. Alex with the good stall, waiting out the ult from Ivy. Managing to find that out clear as well, despite the attempted cover by Card. We now see the first barrier has fallen. Nero once again being forced to expend flip. Also giving his teammates a quick heal for the road. Very good triple defense. One of the members of Card got a really pivotal strike there to manage to hang on to barrier, but they might not be hanging on for much longer. Oh, attempt at the style by Venom, not quite working out, but the kill coming out, meaning that this is a really, really precarious position for Nero, but he's managing to hold. Not so much anymore. Whoa. That was a little bit of a wayward secondary by Ivy, but it does manage to do the trick, getting the ball out the back, and we're now back to 3 apiece personnel-wise. A little bit of a neutral state evolving once again in the play.
Yeah, Nero doing an incredible job to hold that 1v free just until the team comes online. You may lose the barrier, but you got so much out of it back, but Alves just sneaks it past both Lucas and Nero to take this first point. It was all for naught. Nero doing such a good job to hold on, but just wasn't quite enough.
All good. Yeah, I mean, it feels like in the current state of things, I mean, Card is just, they're trying so well to hold, oftentimes holding extremely well, but they are just struggling to establish much of any core control between the constant dying of one of their teammates or just the oppressive hitboxes being thrown out on the part of Vass, meaning that they're just struggling to take any sort of goals this match. I mean, there goes Lucas again, having to run around, evading everyone, just trying to get some energy, and still being killed nonetheless, in spite of all his best efforts.
Yeah, and that's just the thing is, it's like, especially when Vash just finds a random like knockback KO, they just have so many cooldowns to focus on the other member of Wildcard, and it's just Ivy with no evade does end up going down to this flip, but the barrier is taken here. Could potentially be a good counterattack here for Lucas, trying to push up but can't find anything as Alves and Alex holding on, pushing towards the bottom side here. Venom unable to find anything, Nero with flip and all the speed, the Celestial Intervention, but able to clear for now as Alex and Venom pushing with this turret. The Oni's Blade coming out, but this might be an Alex clears with the glitch pop.
Yeah, that was a very good usage of glitch pop there to clean up the scraps in spite of perhaps the slight misposition by Alex there. Now looking to be in a very good spot defensively, having most of their abilities on deck plus the flip, meaning that Wildcard is probably at the disadvantage here, especially with Nero expending the secondary, still finding that brilliant strike war against the Era Beam, managing to hold for the time being. Ult coming out, not too much you can do about that, even with strike shot, and Alves converting for the second goal of this set off a flip.
Nero played that really well, actually. Ends up evading the flip, which is incredibly smart, but just loses the 50-50 on the strike from the flip, as Lucas is able actually to live the AD kill confirm here, which is a big deal here for the side of Wildcard.
For sure. Lucas also getting a bit of a boon there from the extra special Atlas ult, allowing him to survive a little longer. Nero coming back to just stack using secondary as a get off me tool, managing to keep both of the barriers. Alex holding relatively well against the brief 2v1 against him. We now see Nero lose the top barrier there. Alex being a bit patient, waiting out the Rasmus ult. Well, I guess he actually hit it into it, but point still stands. We now have a bit of a precarious situation for Card. Once again, we have all 3 forwards, or I guess all 3 players on defense. Let's see if they can withstand. We'll see if they can withstand this flip situation. Evidently, they cannot. Alves tapping Nero into the goal, making him explode, and ultimately taking that goal and that set for Vass.
I mean, that's just such an incredible pass with the flip into the flip from Alves. I mean, what can you do as this Zatara might be getting some dash range, I'm afraid. Oh, you choose Ray Rush. Makes sense.
That's a bad rush. I mean, I feel like he wins no matter what in that situation. Like Atlas. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the big thing to note with Zentaro Adrenaline Rush is you get your strike back after you use passive. So you can passive strike, then strike again with Adrenaline Rush, and it is super broken, and it's so hard to deal with if you are a Nero.
Oh, for sure. Nero, speaking of, getting a really important missile prop pickup on Atlas, turning that primary into something that is actually functional in some situations, allowing him to exert a little more influence up the field versus having to just deal with the pressure in his face. We see immediate barrier loss heading into this set, though, meaning that for the time being, Card is a bit on the back foot, but Ivory managing to pick up the pieces with that really brilliant deft touch, establishing a bit of core control on the side of Wildcard, but not quite lasting. Nero being forced to expend all manner of abilities just to keep this barrier. Lucas dropping back with a brilliant primary to keep that barrier for Card for the time being.
Yeah, and Ivy just trying to live, trying to get this barrier. The Celestial Intervention is making sure that Ivy can stay healed, but with the cast the last Bewitching Beam, it is just so hard for Ivy to get value here. As the Oni's Blade coming out, but held on to by Nero here, as Venom and Alex able to hold on the side, bottom side here. Pendulum Swing, not enough. The flip is cleared, and what a clear here from Alex and Venom.
Yeah, Vass holding on really well. Commentator's curse, I guess. But Alex saying, you take my barrier, I take yours instead. And we're back to open goals on the part of both teams. Alex not quite managing to hold against this large Rasmus with his large secondary, tapping that top corner. And the Imi a little helpless to deal with that, especially after expending Glitch Pop earlier.
Yeah, such an incredible outplay here by Ivy to kind of breathe some life into this wildcard team as they are on. This is like the potentially the final set of the tournament here. So wildcard is truly fighting for their life.
For sure. I mean, they're putting up a good fight. It just feels like they don't quite have the pieces, comp-wise, ability-wise, anything of that sort. But they have managed to take the barrier first. They have managed to take the second barrier as well. Lucas trying to make things happen in bot lane, trying to dribble around multiple members of Vass, but not quite successful. Alves redirecting it back towards Nero. Nero trying to get it out, using every piece of Atlas's kit, if I'm not mistaken, but managing to hold for the time being. We got a bit of a melee in the corner. Lucas ultimately winning, striking better, simply striking better, taking that goal, and we might be looking at a bit of a reversal here.
Yeah, wildcard showing so many signs of life right now. This draft was really helpful for them. You know, Lucas getting stagger is really underappreciated, especially with peak performance, which Kai loves speed, and it's been very noticeable so far. They're just so much quicker. They're able to live longer, and it's just the big win con for wildcard that they've been really taking advantage of.
For sure. And once again, they've taken another barrier, and there goes another barrier. They really have found a new lease on life heading into this set. Lucas with a little bit of an unsuccessful mix-up there, but still managing to keep control for the time being. That is a very unfortunate Atlas secondary. Happens to the best of us. But Nero still having flip. Speak of the devil, flip has been expended for naught, and the ball trickles in top corner. Grass saw that era beam.
Yeah, the Bewitching Beam shrinking both the core and Nero just to make it so it's just out of his strike range. And that is a really unfortunate point there, as that Atlas secondary, it may have taken the barrier, but also give Nero a flip, but he just couldn't find value out of that flip, as this is a really dangerous point here. The Alves almost at flip.
Here we go. Nero again. Unfortunately, the Celestial Expanse not quite going his way. Wait, it's not Celestial Expanse. My bad. Whatever. All good. Also losing the second barrier there. This could be really, really dicey for Card. Managing to keep it out for the time being, though. Ivory, all hands on deck, just layering abilities, trying to withstand this onslaught of buttons from Vass. Doing more than just that, also picking up the kill for their troubles. Nero making sure the momentum can continue by throwing down ult, allowing his teammates to survive. But Alves coming back, swinging, trying to stack some damage on Ivy and force them out of the play. Not quite successful, but coming right back up the other end. Very good defense and a kill coming from something. I believe it was Intaro, because the ad rush has procced. It's really the Alves show, that last sequence of that point, getting the kill and also finding it, slotting it bottom corner expertly to find that goal.
The adrenaline speed, the slick kicks, he's so fast. What can you do? As this reverse sweep, we are on tournament point, as Vass just needs one more point to take this entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Looking a little dicey to say the least, for wildcard here, holding on for dear life, but will that be enough? Both barriers are down, power play out of their favor. Kai not looking too good, and just like that, perhaps a little anticlimactic. Alf's just slotting at bottom corner with that cool casual strike to win the whole thing for Vass.
Yeah, really good passing mix up there by Venom, and then Bewitching being both of the surviving members of Wildcard to take the win. And I mean, what a dominant performance! A double 3-0 in Grands. That's
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's all she wrote. Yeah, very dominant performance, as you said, and each member, provided the pot is split equally, walking out of this tournament €12 richer, which is nothing to scoff at.
yeah, a really impressive win for Vass here. Of course, obviously, you know, the one seed going in, the favorites, and they showed why. They really showed why. A double 2-0 here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they 2-0'd their way through the entire bracket. Yeah, they did not drop a single game in this tournament.
There you go. I mean, we can't help but applaud the effort from Wildcard, fighting their way all the way through losers to set up this matchup, but ultimately falling just a smidge short. Damage being a big part of that, a lot of killing going on. But yeah, still incredible performance by both teams, incredible work and job to get here, and ultimately Vass just managing to squeak out the win, being a slightly better team on the day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see dominant performance like that often, and it is really an incredible showing here for the second Taiko Turmoil here. What an ending, truly.
There we go. Hyped for Taiko Turmoil number 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is all for us here, though, for the stream. Is me, Celicy, with Jiggle Supreme at the end of the cast. I hope you all do have a wonderful end of your day, as that is it for us.
Yeah, thank y'all for tuning in. Catch you around next time. Bye-bye.